Warrior Lore. Chapter 803. Even though Lin Feng was young, in this world, there was no lack of young people who could be considered heaven-defying. The middle-aged alchemist considered Lin Feng to be one of these people. He quickly stood up and bowed to Lin Feng. "May I ask how I should address you, sir?" Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "You and I have only met by chance, so there's no need to ask about my background." The middle-aged alchemist hurriedly said, "This one has been rude. Please punish me, sir." "It's not a big mistake, so you'll be excused," Lin Feng said indifferently. He then continued, "When refining the soul-returning pill, the three main ingredients are not added at the very end. Instead, they are added in three different stages." The middle-aged alchemist's expression suddenly changed. It was obvious that this sir wanted to give him some pointers. He actually had such a fortuitous encounter. He listened carefully, not daring to miss a single word. When these 375 spirit herbs were fused into the pill, was the 172nd spirit herb infused with the heart-refining grass? Lin Feng asked. The middle-aged alchemist hurriedly nodded. "That's right, it was the heart-refining grass," Lin Feng said indifferently. "I'm guessing that there's a problem with your prescription. The 172nd spirit herb should have been infused with the soul-returning grass's medicinal liquid." Soul-returning grass? Isn't that the main ingredient? Isn't the main ingredient supposed to be added at the very end? The middle-aged alchemist asked doubtfully. Lin Feng coldly snorted. "Pedantic. Who said that the main ingredient can't be added halfway through the refinement?" Many of the alchemy books passed down from the alchemist temple were written by the so-called old pedants of the temple based on incomplete ancient texts. They made up a lot of nonsense, and many places are too pedantic. They don't know how to be flexible, which leads to the low success rate of refining some pills. The middle-aged alchemist laughed bitterly again and again, but he could only listen modestly. Said Lin Feng, "Resurrection grass condenses the strength of the first 171 herbs, but the strength of the first 171 herbs doesn't disperse. The refining heart grass's effect is to dissolve them. If you add resurrection grass to the 172nd herb, the strength of the first 171 herbs will be dissolved. But if you add resurrection grass, the strength of the first 171 herbs will be condensed, and then you add refining heart grass. At that time, not only will the refining heart grass not be able to disperse the strength of the first 171 herbs, but it will also dissolve the impurities in the strength of the herbs," said Lin Feng. The more the middle-aged pharmacist listened, the brighter his eyes became. Lin Feng continued, "The second main ingredient, the spirit-nurturing flower, will replace the 298th ice fruit spirit liquid. The ice fruit spirit liquid belongs to the ice element, so adding it too early will cause the spirit liquid to shrink quickly and cause it to condense the core ahead of time. There are still dozens of other spirit liquids that haven't been added yet. If the core is condensed ahead of time, the other spirit liquids won't be able to perfectly merge with the previous spirit liquids. No wonder. The middle-aged pharmacist thought of the situation he had encountered when he was concocting the soul-returning pill. So this was the reason why he had been so troubled. The spirit-nurturing flower's spirit liquid is a kind of catalyst. Adding it in the middle and late stage will increase the speed of the fusion of the previous spirit liquids, causing them to react faster. The third main ingredient, the soul-stabilizing vine, can be added to the spirit liquids to make a pill. After adding the soul-stabilizing vine spirit liquid and the ice fruit spirit liquid, the process of condensing the pill will be completed in an instant. Now, try it according to my method." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng jumped up and disappeared from the courtyard. "Goodbye, Your Excellency. I will never forget your kindness." The middle-aged pharmacist cupped his fists. Then, he rushed into his room and started concocting the soul-returning pill for the 5th time. Of course, giving pointers to the middle-aged pharmacist was just something Lin Feng did when he was bored. When he returned to his room, Lin Feng found that Shi Ningming had come to see him. "It's so late. Why aren't you asleep?" asked Lin Feng. It was obvious that Shi Ningming had deliberately freshened up. That proud figure and the trace of charm on her beautiful face were truly alluring. "In 3 days, the Stone God Festival will be held. We'll go together and worship the Stone God. The Stone God will bless us." "Stone God Festival?" What kind of festival is that? Lin Feng was surprised. The Tianwu continent naturally had some festivals, but this was the first time he had heard of it. Our stone city was built on a mountain. Back then, when the Tianwu continent was invaded by the Tianwu continent, Stone City was almost destroyed by a Tianwu continent. At that time, a stone god descended from the sky with a gigantic axe and fought with the Tianwu continent for 3 days and 3 nights. The stone god killed the Tianwu continent, so Stone City built a statue of the stone god and prayed to him. The stone god became the protector of Stone City. Every year, during the stone god festival, the stone god will appear and bless us with blessings. Some lucky people can even communicate with the stone god's will and learn incredible spells from him. Explained Shi Ningmeng. Is there such a mystical thing? Lin Feng was astonished. Of course. Every year, not only do the people of Stone City go to worship the stone god, but there are also strong cultivators from other cities and even other prefectures who come. Explained Shi Ningmeng. All right, I'll go with you. Lin Feng nodded. When he saw that Shi Ningming had no intention of leaving, Lin Feng wondered if Shi Ningming was interested in him. Was that why she had dressed up in the middle of the night? On the surface, she was talking about the Stone God Festival, but in reality, she just wanted to meet him. Why don't you chat with me for a while before you leave? Lin Feng glanced at Shi Ningming's voluptuous figure. He had to admit that this woman was a top-notch beauty. Shi Ningming blushed and said, "Since you're inviting me so sincerely, I'll stay with you for a while." When she finished talking, she blushed and walked towards Lin Feng's room with her long and slender legs. 3 days later, the Stone God Festival began. Stone City was bustling with activity because of the festival. Many people went to the Stone God Plaza to worship the Stone God. Lin Feng and Shi Ningming also went to the Stone God Plaza. Shi Ningming said, "Let's go to the Stone Tower. There are fewer people there, and only people from the top powers are qualified to go there. You can also worship on the top of the tower." Lin Feng nodded and walked towards the stone tower with Shi Ningming. When they arrived at the stone tower, they heard a surprised voice. "Ningming, you're back. When did you come back? Why didn't you send someone to inform me?" More than 10 young masters and young mistresses rushed over. The one who had spoken was a young master in green. These people were obviously from influential families in Stone City. The young master in green was very handsome, and he was most likely one of Shi Ningming's admirers. The young master saw that Shi Ningming and Lin Feng were very close, and they seemed to be very close. His expression suddenly sank, and he looked at Lin Feng with jealousy. However, he was very good at hiding his emotions. He restrained his jealousy and looked at Lin Feng with a fake smile. "Ningming, who is this brother? I don't think I've seen him before." "He's a friend of mine," Shi Ningming replied. "He's a friend of mine," Shi Ningming said indifferently. "A friend? Which family is this brother from?" the young master asked. "The Lin family," Lin Feng replied indifferently. "The Lin family? Have you heard of the Lin family?" The young master in green looked at the young masters and young mistresses around him. "There's no Lin family in the eastern province. As far as I know, there's no great family with the surname Lin in Sky Marshall University's 3,000 provinces. It should be a small family." The group of people discussed fervently, and they all sounded very disdainful. "Hee, Brother Lin, please don't misunderstand. We didn't mean to insult you. We're all straightforward people. If we said something unpleasant, please forgive us," the young master said apologetically. However, when he looked at Lin Feng, he had an arrogant expression on his face. He didn't look like he was apologizing at all. In the young master's opinion, a disciple from a small family didn't even have the right to talk to him. Obviously, after learning that Lin Feng was a disciple from a small family, he was furious. Chapter 804. This young man was called Lu Junyan. He was a direct descendant of the ancient Lu family. He was 26 years old and was at the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm. He was considered a top genius in the East Divine Prefecture. After all, the East Divine Prefecture was relatively poor compared to the other prefectures. The cultivators there were much weaker. Lin Feng didn't care how Lu Junyan or the geniuses of Stone City looked at him. In Lin Feng's eyes, these people were no different from passers-by. "Let's go up." Shi Ningming smiled sweetly. Many young men in Stone City stared at her. They had never seen Shi Ningming treat a man so gently. Anyone could see that there was definitely an extraordinary relationship between the two of them. This made many people extremely jealous. Many young men had tried to woo the most beautiful woman in Stone City, but they were all rejected. Shi Ningming was so gentle to Lin Feng. How could they not be jealous? Lu Junyan's face was gloomy. During this time, the Lu family had been discussing the marriage proposal to the president of the Alchemist Guild. So Lu Junyan had already seen Shi Ningming as his woman. But at that moment, Lin Feng had appeared, which made him feel a sense of danger. "Let's go up too," Lu Junyan said. Lu Junyan said with a gloomy face. He had a very high prestige among the younger generation in Stone City. These young masters and young ladies all followed his lead. The stone tower had 7 floors. There was an altar on the top floor, facing the stone god. Lin Feng and Shi Ningming went to the 7th floor. There was a sea of people in the square below. They were all worshipping the stone god. Many people were praying for the stone god's blessings. Lin Feng looked at the stone god and saw the 1,000-meter-tall stone statue. The stone statue was wearing armor and holding a huge stone axe. It was surrounded by a layer of divine light. Lin Feng was surprised. He vaguely felt that the stone statue seemed to have the power of life. "Lin Feng, let's worship too," Shi Ningming said with a smile. Shi Ningming said with a smile. She had already prepared the offerings and took them out. Lin Feng nodded. He helped Shi Ningming arrange the offerings and lit the incense. It was rumored that incense could communicate with the gods. Therefore, burning incense was an essential part of the ritual. Lin Feng also wanted to try and see if it was true or not. Lin Feng also wanted to try and see if it was true. Wait. At this moment, a soft shout was heard. Lu Junyan strode over. "Is something the matter?" Lin Feng looked at Lu Junyan indifferently. According to the rules of Stone City, there are 4 types of people who can perform rituals here. The first type is the people from the 7 great powers of Stone City. The second type is the people from the Spirit Array Master Union. The third type is the people from the Alchemist Union. The fourth type is the people from the Alchemist Union. Brother Lin doesn't seem to belong to any of these 4 types of people, so he doesn't have the right to perform rituals here. Lu Junyan looked at Lin Feng with a faint smile. Shi Ningming's pretty face immediately turned ugly. She said coldly, "Lin Gongzi is a member of the Alchemist Union, so he naturally has the right to perform rituals here." Lu Junyan's heart burned with jealousy when he saw that Shi Ningming was so biased towards Lin Feng. He sneered, "Since you're a member of the Alchemist Union, then show us your identity token." "Yes, show it to prove your identity. If you can't prove your identity, then you're an imposter. You don't have the right to perform rituals here." The cultivators beside Lu Junyan started to make a fuss. Lu Junxian said with a fake smile, "I'm not making things difficult for Brother Lin, but we can't disobey the rules of Stone City." Lin Feng said indifferently, "Perhaps I'm more qualified than you to perform rituals here." Lu Junyan's face darkened. How dare a disciple of a small clan talk to him like that? Was he relying on Shi Ningming's support? He snatched the incense from Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Brother Lu, what are you doing? Didn't I say that you don't have the right to perform rituals here? Why aren't you leaving?" Lu Junyan's voice was cold. He threw the incense on the ground and extinguished it with his foot. "Now, pick it up and light it for me." Lin Feng said indifferently, "What is this guy talking about? He's asking Lu Junyan to pick up the incense and light it? Could this brat be so angry that he lost his mind?" A disciple of a small clan actually dares to talk to Lu Junyan like that. He's simply courting death. Many disciples were pointing at Lin Feng and sneering. In their opinion, Lin Feng was courting death by saying those words to Lu Junyan. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside. Someone shouted that the president of the Central Union of Spirit Array Masters, Zhang Junhua, had arrived. When everyone heard this, they were shocked. Zhang Junhua was probably the #1 person in Stone City. As the leader of the Central Union of Spirit Array Masters in the East Province, Zhang Junhua was naturally the target of many people. Soon, a group of people rushed over. Zhang Junhua was accompanied by the city lord, Shi Hao, to the 7th floor of the stone building. As for the leaders of the other 6 factions, for example, Lu Wuming, the leader of the Lu family in Stone City; Zhang Chun, the leader of the Zhang family in Stone City; Sun Ba, the leader of the Baowu sect in Stone City; Lu Xian, the leader of the Lu family in Stone City; Na Lanya, the leader of the Coiling Dragon sect in Stone City; He Daoyuan, the leader of the Qingqing sect in Stone City. These top factions had all arrived. In addition to these 7 leaders, many of the higher-ups of the 7 factions, including the Shi family, were also accompanying Zhang Junhua. "Why aren't you saluting Lord Zhang?" Shi Hao shouted in a deep voice. Everyone came back to their senses and hurriedly bowed to Zhang Junhua. Zhang Junhua nodded in satisfaction. "Lin Feng, hurry up and salute him." When Shi Ningming saw that Lin Feng wasn't moving, she was extremely worried. Offending the president of the Spirit Array Caster Guild was equivalent to committing a calamity. However, Lin Feng didn't seem to hear Shi Ningming's words and still stood there without moving. Seeing this scene, Lu Junyan was so excited that his entire body was trembling. He was ecstatic. "Brat, I haven't even done anything to you yet, and you're already courting death. Let's see how the president of the Spirit Array Masters Guild will deal with you later." In Lu Junyan's opinion, Lin Feng was dead for sure after offending the president of the Spirit Array Masters Guild. When the patriarchs and patriarchs of the 7 influential groups saw that Lin Feng was standing there motionlessly and not bowing to Zhang Junhua, they all looked glum. Zhang Junhua's expression was also very ugly. He glanced coldly at Lin Feng. He wanted to see who dared to be so rude in front of him. He would definitely teach him a lesson later. However, when Zhang Junhua saw Lin Feng's appearance, he was so scared that his entire body trembled. He rubbed his eyes as if he was afraid that he had seen wrongly. But when he looked again, he found that he hadn't seen wrongly. Zhang Junhua hurriedly ran over. Zhang Junhua, who was arrogant in front of the major families of Stone City, was a big shot. At this moment, he was actually nodding and bowing to Lin Feng at a 90-degree angle. He looked at Lin Feng with a flattering expression. "Lord, this little one pays his respects to you." Silence. There were hundreds of cultivators gathered on the 7th floor of the stone building. Chapter 805. What on earth happened? Everyone was stunned on the spot. Each person's expression was more interesting than the other. Shock, astonishment, disbelief. There were all kinds of expressions. Zhang Junhua. He was the president of the Central Spirit Array Guild of the East County. He was also a figure from the Spirit Array Guild of the 72 states in the north. Zhang Junhua definitely had a deep background. However, he was acting so humbly in front of a young man. Who was that young man? Shi Ningming looked at Lin Feng in a daze. It was as if a stormy sea had been set off in her heart. It was only at this moment that Shi Ningming realized that she knew nothing about Lin Feng. She thought that he was an ordinary person. She did not expect him to be so powerful. Now, even the president of the Central Spirit Array Guild of the East County, Zhang Junhua, was respectful to him. Who was he? As for Lu Junyan, he was so scared that he sat on the ground, trembling all over. It was over. It was over. What kind of person had he offended? Lu Junyan was not the only one who was almost scared to death. Lu Junyan's followers were also so scared that they collapsed to the ground, trembling all over. Lin Feng glanced at Zhang Junhua and said indifferently, "Why did you come to the East County to be the president of the Central Spirit Array Guild of the Central Spirit Array Guild?" Zhang Junhua said with a fawning expression. The previous president's term was up and he went back to report on his work. The position of the president of the Central Spirit Array Guild of the East County was vacant. Coincidentally, Lord Murong heard that I had some relationship with you. So Lord Murong appointed me as the president of the Central Spirit Array Guild of the East County. All of this is because of you, Lord Murong. Otherwise, how could I have such glory today? When the big shots of the Stone City heard Zhang Junhua's words, their bodies trembled. They had heard that Zhang Junhua seemed to have some relationship with a Grand Elder of the Spirit Array Guild, which was why he was appointed as the president of the Central Spirit Array Guild of the East County. And Zhang Junhua was saying all this for the sake of the young man not far away. That young man was the Grand Elder of the Central Spirit Array Guild? He looked to be in his early 20s. How could he be the Grand Elder of the Spirit Array Guild? But Jean Junhua was not mistaken. Oh my God! A Grand Elder of the Spirit Array Guild in his early 20s? What kind of terrifying figure was this? In the future, he might even become the leader of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. Am I related to you? Lin Feng glanced at Jean Junhua. Jean Junhua was so scared that his entire body trembled and said, "Sir, this little one was wrong. This little one was drunk with an elder, and unintentionally said that he had followed behind Sir in the ruins of God for a period of time. Who would have thought that this matter would be found out by Sir Murong? This little one was drunk and spoke indiscreetly. Please forgive this little one. Get up, I'm not blaming you. Since Senior Murong thinks you're my man, let him think so. Do your job well, and don't embarrass me." Lin Feng patted Jean Junhua's shoulder and said. Jean Junhua was ecstatic. Could it be that Milord's words meant that he admitted that he would be Milord's subordinate in the future? When he thought of this, Jean Junhua was even more excited than when he had found out that he was going to become the president of the East County's Spirit Array Guild. At that moment, Lin Feng looked at the pale Lu Junyan and said, "You said that I don't have the right to worship the stone god here. Now, let me ask you, do I have the right to worship the stone god here?" "What? You dare to say that Milord doesn't have the right to worship the stone god here? Who are you, brat? Are you courting death?" When Jean Junhua heard this, his anger rose, and he immediately looked coldly at Lu Junyan. Everyone turned to look at the patriarch of the Lu clan, Lu Xian. Lu Xian's expression changed. Lu Junyan was his son, and he had offended such a powerful figure. Was this a disaster for the Lu family? He hurriedly ran out and kicked Lu Junyan's body. He scolded angrily, "Are you blind? You even dared to offend a Spirit Array Master? Hurry up and kowtow to Milord and apologize." Yes. It's all my fault. I didn't recognize you. Please forgive me, Milord." Lu Junyan was so scared that his whole body trembled, and he kowtowed again and again. Lu Junyan's followers also kowtowed and apologized. These people were already scared out of their wits. When the higher-ups of the other factions who had been watching the show saw that some of their disciples had offended Milord, their expressions turned ugly. One by one, they walked out and apologized to Lin Feng. They didn't dare to be jealous of Lin Feng. It was obvious that Lin Feng was an important figure in the Spirit Array Guild. Although the Spirit Array Guild didn't participate in the fights between the various aristocratic families, it was still possible for Milord to be angry. He might even use some of the resources of the Spirit Array Guild and ask some of the peerless experts who were on good terms with the Spirit Array Guild to help him. The ancient factions weren't even worth mentioning in front of those peerless experts. Thus, how could these people dare to be jealous of Lin Feng? Lin Feng looked at the higher-ups of the ancient families and smiled. "For your sake, I won't bicker with these people. In the future, you will need to discipline them properly so that they don't cause trouble for your families." Lin Feng's words gave the higher-ups of the major factions some face, but he didn't lose his poise. It could be said that he had done everything perfectly. The higher-ups of the 7 major factions looked at Lin Feng with gratitude. "Thank you, Milord, for forgiving me. Here's your incense." Lu Junyan thanked him profusely, then picked up the incense on the ground and lit it. "Okay." Lin Feng nodded, but he didn't take the incense. Jean Junhua tactfully took the incense. Jean Junhua looked at the higher-ups of the 7 major factions and said, "Our Milord is going to offer a sacrifice here. Can you all leave?" "Of course. We'll leave now and stand guard below. We won't let anyone disturb the Milord's sacrifice." The leaders of the 7 major factions hurriedly replied. Then, the people of the 7 major factions quickly walked down. Shi Ningming also wanted to leave. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Ningming, you stay here." When she heard that Lin Feng wanted her to stay, Shi Ningming happily nodded. "Look, what's going on? The people of the 7 major factions are coming down from the stone tower." "Huh? Even the higher-ups of the 7 major factions are coming down. What's going on?" "The people who came down earlier said that there's a higher-up of the Spirit Formation Guild up there. It's said that even President Jean Junhua has to bow and scrape in front of that person. Jean Junhua is the president of the Central Spirit Formation Guild in the East Province. He's a high-ranking official. How can he make Jean Junhua bow and scrape? What kind of person is he?" Many people were discussing this in astonishment. At that moment, they saw that the leaders of the 7 major factions were personally standing guard at the entrance of the stone tower, forbidding anyone from approaching. Heavens! Even the patriarchs or sect masters of the 7 great powers are personally guarding the door of the spiritual array caster guild. It seems that the identity of that person is definitely not a small matter. Could it be that he's a heaven-rank spiritual array caster? What? A heavenly level spirit formation master? There's only one heavenly level spirit formation master in the 72 northern prefectures, right? It's Morong Baichuan, but Morong Baichuan is in the East Sea main hall. It's impossible for him to come here. Could it be that he's a heavenly level spirit formation master from the Temple of Spirit Formation Masters? I'm not sure. It must be a great person that we can only look up to. I really want to see that great person's face. That's right. I also want to see how peerless a heavenly level spirit formation master is. Countless people looked at the stone tower. Everyone was discussing the great person in the Spirit Formation Guild who was offering sacrifices to the stone god. They were all guessing the identity of this great person. Chapter 806. In the immemorial era, sacrifices were the most popular. From large ancient empires to small tribes, they would all perform sacrifices. In the immemorial era, sacrifices were a kind of spiritual symbol. But apart from spiritual symbols, one could also receive blessings. Because the gods of the immemorial era roamed the world, when people offered sacrifices to the gods would absorb the power of the incense and take the initiative to send blessings to protect the area. But ever since the immemorial era ended, the gods had fallen due to the turmoil and war at the end of the immemorial era. There were no more gods of the immemorial era roaming the world. This caused countless people to offer sacrifices to the gods of the immemorial era, but no more miracles would appear. After a long time, no miracles would appear, so the practice of sacrifices gradually declined. As time passed, most of the immemorial era's sacrificial techniques disappeared in the river of time. Of course, the passage of time did not completely erase the practice of sacrifices. Even today, there were still some small-scale sacrifices, just like offering sacrifices to the stone god. On the altar, there were all kinds of offerings, incense burners, and furnaces. Zhang Junhua and Shi Ningming stood on both sides. Lin Feng held the incense burner with both hands and knelt in the direction of the stone god. One had to be sincere when offering sacrifices to the gods. As the saying goes, if one is sincere, it will work. This was a saying passed down from the immemorial era. Lin Feng knelt 3 times and kowtowed 9 times to the stone god. Suddenly, a ray of divine light descended from the sky. Blessings. Lin Feng was shocked. It was just as Shi Ningming said. Offering sacrifices to the stone god would bring blessings. This made him feel shocked and moved. Lin Feng quickly closed his eyes. The power of blessings flowed into Lin Feng's body. This was a gentle power that flowed through Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng found that this power could cure illnesses. Some of the hidden injuries in his body were cured by this power. This made him shocked, because the hidden injuries in his body were all left behind from the war. Even Lin Feng himself did not notice them. The accumulation of these hidden injuries would eventually cause irreversible damage to the body. But now, these hidden injuries were cured. Lin Feng was overjoyed when he sensed that his hidden injuries were gone and his body had recovered to its original state. If ordinary people were seriously ill and their lives were in danger, they could come here to offer sacrifices and receive blessings, and they would immediately recover. Cultivators who received blessings would also recover. No wonder sacrifices were so popular in the ancient times. Besides, people in the ancient times couldn't compare to those in the ancient times. The benefits they received from offering sacrifices were unimaginable, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng thought to himself, this blessings power could not stay in the body for too long. Lin Feng found that the blessings power was quickly fading away. He frowned slightly. It seemed like the power of fortune was about to disappear. However, Lin Feng immediately felt relieved. Although Shi Ningming said that there might be opportunities for some worshippers. However, it was obviously not easy to obtain these opportunities. After circulating in Lin Feng's body for a full cycle, the power of fortune had become very weak. In the end, the power entered Lin Feng's dantian. Then, it could no longer support itself and was about to dissipate. Suddenly, the blessing's power seemed to have sensed something. Not only did it not dissipate, but it also emitted an even stronger power. In his dantian, the divine ability talisman also sensed something. The immemorial dragonesque elephant, the thunder god, and the 5 emperors all appeared. Within the blessing's power, the image of a stone god holding a huge axe appeared. This is the connection of the gods? Lin Feng's heart trembled. Perhaps there was a trace of the stone god's will in the blessing's power. Now that it sensed another god, it resonated. Death is not scary. What's scary is living alone. Suddenly, a low and sorrowful voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng's heart trembled violently. Who was it? Was it talking to him? Saying such words? This made him extremely shocked and moved. Could it be? Lin Feng had some guesses. He opened his eyes and looked at the huge stone god statue in the distance. At that moment, Lin Feng sensed that he had arrived in another space-time. He was standing on the street. This was still Stone City, but it was not the Stone City he remembered. On the street, there was an endless stream of people. Lin Feng saw the sun clock stone that recorded time. On it was written, Middle Ages, Year 21601, Summer Solstice. Lin Feng's heart trembled violently. The Middle Ages. This was actually the Middle Ages. The Middle Ages had begun 50,000 years ago and ended 30,000 years ago. Based on this, the world his divine sense had arrived in was the Stone City of the Middle Ages 38,000 years ago. Rumble. Suddenly, in the depths of the boundless sky, a monstrous demonic aura surged. Within the demonic aura, an ancient and evil figure appeared. Let's be destroyed together. It was a celestial demon. Its voice was cold, and it wanted to destroy Stone City. Ah, it's a celestial demon. It's a celestial demon. It's over. We're all going to die. Countless people cried out in fear. Celestial demon, it's a celestial demon invasion. Lin Feng was moved. According to historical records, in the later part of the Middle Ages, the celestial demons invaded and caused great suffering. And his divine sense had arrived at the time when the celestial demons invaded. Great stone god, please protect us. There were more than a dozen old people kneeling in front of a 4 to 5 meter tall statue praying. In the ancient times, the stone god protected this land. Countless ancient ancestors worshipped the stone god as a god. But after the ancient war, no blessings came from worshipping the stone god. Thus, countless people turned their backs on their beliefs. They no longer believed in the stone god. But in this world, there were always some people who still had faith. They never gave up. Generation after generation, the old passed on. They were silently worshipping the stone god. Even though their numbers were already very few, there were only a dozen or so old people left. Even the descendants of those old people no longer believed that the stone god was still alive. But those old people still insisted on their beliefs. Because the former stone god had protected their ancestors. Great stone god, please wake up and take a look at the homeland you once protected. Now, it will be completely destroyed in the hands of the celestial demons. These old people roared sorrowfully. They were already sobbing. The defense of the Stone City couldn't last for long. The defensive restriction was broken. Tens of millions of people would be devoured by the celestial demons. Countless people were in despair. And these old people were praying. They still had faith in their hearts. That was the power of faith. The power of faith could only be absorbed by gods. The power of their faith seemed to be transmitted to a certain space. A broken statue of a stone man was lying here. It had long since lost its vitality. The stone god was different from other gods. The stone god was made of stone. He was originally an ordinary stone, but after absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, he developed a trace of intelligence and turned into a mountain monster. Countless years later, he cultivated the Tao and turned into a mountain god. Finally, he transformed into one of the ancient gods, the stone god. In the ancient war, the stone god died. However, there was always a small number of people who still worshipped the stone god. Their faith would not change. After they died, they would pass on their faith to the next generation. After countless years, the power of faith continued to nourish the last remnant soul of the stone god. Perhaps without the power of faith, the remnant soul would have disappeared long ago. The stone city's restriction was broken. The celestial demon saw a dozen old people worshipping the stone god in a corner of the stone city. Because the celestial demon felt the power of faith, the celestial demon flew over and sneered, "The stone god has died long ago, and you are still worshipping the stone god. How laughable. Do you really think the stone god can protect you? Die." The celestial demon slapped the dozen old people. "Grandfather." A delicate little girl ran over from afar and looked at this scene in horror. Her grandfather was also an old man who worshipped the stone god. Although the little girl was only 4 or 5 years old, she often followed her grandfather to worship the stone god. In the little girl's eyes, the stone god definitely existed. In her innocent world, she believed everything that her grandfather said. "Almighty God, we can no longer pray to you. Great God, I hope that we can still be your most devout believers in the next life." The voices stopped abruptly. The dozen old people were slapped into meat paste. "Big Baddie, give Yao'er's grandfather back to Yao'er." The little girl cried sadly. "Despicable little bastard, die together with him." The celestial demon sneered. He slapped the little girl again. Genesis splitter. A roar shook the sky, and an axe light tore the world apart. Who is summoning the stone god? The voice seemed to come from the ancient era. It was low, deep, and filled with endless sorrow. The stone god had awakened. He held a huge axe, tore the void, and arrived in this world. The stone god. It's really the stone god. The stone god didn't die? The stone god didn't abandon us? The stone god has appeared. We must be saved. Countless people looked at the stone god and cried emotionally. Only the little girl was crying sadly. Her grandfather, who had worshipped the stone god all his life, had died tragically in front of her. Chapter 807. Stone God, you're still alive. The Sky Fiend shouted in disbelief. Stone God was a god. Now that Stone God had appeared, the Sky Fiend was terrified. But soon, the Sky Fiend appeared, and Stone God's power could no longer be compared to the ancient times. Billions of years later, Stone God woke up again. Naturally, his power was far from its peak. Sky Fiend, this is not a place for you. Stone God's voice was cold as he swung his axe at the Sky Fiend. How laughable. The world is so big. Where can't we go? Now that the gods have fallen, it's time for us to rule the worlds. The Sky Fiend's voice was cold. He was abnormally strong. Stone God had just woken up, and his godly power had dissipated. The Sky Fiend wasn't afraid of Stone God. The two powerful existences fought. Countless eyes were fixed on the great battle in the sky. They were shocked, surprised, and in disbelief. Stone God actually existed. The battle caused the sky to fall and the earth to crack. Stone God had just woken up, and his body couldn't withstand a long battle. The Sky Fiend gradually gained the upper hand. Lin Feng knew how terrifying the Sky Fiend was. Sky Fiends were active in the post-ancient times. Perhaps the ancient times were one of the most active eras. Many powerful Sky Fiends were as strong as gods. Of course, there were many types of gods. The gods of the ancient times were called the ancient gods. They enjoyed the power of incense and could absorb the power of faith of countless people. They were the most powerful gods. These gods were called the ancient gods. After the ancient times, the ancient gods fell. The new gods could no longer bless the people, and the number of people who believed in them decreased. The gods' power declined severely. The gods of this era were called the Sky Fiend. Lin Feng had seen the Sky Fiend incubating the egg in the god-fallen cliff. That was the descendant of the Sky Fiend. As time passed, the gods' power continued to weaken. In ancient times, the power of the gods had once again declined to a large extent. The gods of this era were called the true gods. In the ancient times, the true gods' power declined again. The void gods appeared. Void gods had part of the gods' power, but they were far from the true gods. The ancient human saints divided the first level into 4 levels: Void God, God Fire, True God, and Undying. The second stage of the God realm was the God realm. Further up was the Giant God. However, after the ancient era, it was very rare for a heavenly deity to appear. As for the giant gods, it was even more difficult for them to appear. It should be known that in the primordial era, some of the most powerful giant gods could even contend with the great emperors. In the primordial age, the stone god was in existence at the level of the primordial giant god. But now, his strength was greatly weakened. 30,000 years ago, this heavenly demon was also in the immortal realm. That was because only those at the deity realm could travel to the outer realms and travel from the depths of the starry sky to the Tianwu continent. However, no one knew which level of cultivation the heavenly demon was at. Stone God, I will kill you and devour your origin energy. The heavenly demon laughed proudly. The battle prowess he displayed was getting stronger and stronger. On the other hand, the stone god was being suppressed more and more. Is Stone God going to lose? Countless people looked at the battle in the sky in horror. If the stone deity was defeated, they would die without a doubt. My axe once split the sky and the earth, said Lin Feng. Stone deity roared. He stepped forward, his body burning. He gathered all his strength and swung his axe at the heavenly demon. As a former primordial giant god, the stone god naturally had his own peerless techniques. In truth, every giant god of the primordial era had their own Tao. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to cultivate to the giant god realm. And the stone god's Tao, it was combined with the axe. In ancient times, Pangu split the sky and the earth. Today, the stone god's axe could shatter the sky. The stone god roared. He swung his axe down. Between heaven and earth, there seemed to be only one giant axe, 100,000-meter-long axe light. It traversed the void. This was the stone god's ultimate technique. Once it was used, it possessed unfathomable power. No matter what era it was, no primordial giant god could be underestimated. Even if this primordial giant god was now extremely weak, but he couldn't be underestimated. This was because the primordial giant gods had the most powerful divine ability, which was enough to deal a fatal blow to anyone. But now, the stone god used the axe to shatter the sky. He attacked. The heavenly demon was shocked to find that he couldn't move. No. The heavenly demon screamed in fear. Only now did he know how terrifying was the primordial giant god. Even if the primordial giant god's divine power dissipated, it was still not an existence that the gods of their era could contend with. Puff. The axe tore the heavenly demon apart. The stone god returned to his original space. Crack, crack. His body disintegrated. I'm going to die, the stone god muttered. He had relied on the power of faith to survive until now. And now, even the last dozen or so old men who believed in him had died. The stone god could no longer hold on. He felt his remnant soul shattering. Stone god, please protect our stone city. Stone god, please let my family be free from illness and disaster. Stone god, please bless me to become a powerful cultivator. As the stone god was dying, waves of telekinesis surged. This was the power of faith. It merged with the stone god's remnant soul. The statue was built for the stone city. Beside the stone god, there were statues of 13 old men. It was them. They had inherited the will of their ancestors and believed in the stone god. They were at the end of their lives. They had awakened the sleeping stone god. The entire stone city was grateful to the 13 old men. Their faith. They had saved tens of millions of people in the stone city. And now, the people of the stone city had once again regained the faith that they had long abandoned. It was their faith. It stabilized the stone god's remnant soul that was about to collapse. The stone god survived. He was absorbing the power of faith. Just like the ancient era, every year, he would celebrate the stone god festival, blessing the people. All the images disappeared. Lin Feng's divine will return to reality from the illusory world. He saw what had happened in the Middle Ages. The power of faith, the stone god's recovery, the fall of the heavenly demon. And now, in his mind, there was an axe light left. It was the axe light left behind by the axe that had shattered the sky. The stone gods will merged into it. Lin Feng was moved. He carefully comprehended the axe light. The axe shattered the sky. This was the stone god's supreme technique. Another ancient god's inheritance. Lin Feng opened his eyes, a happy expression on his face. This time, he had sacrificed to the stone god. He had obtained great benefits. Let's go, Lin Feng said. Yes, sir, Zhang Junhua replied. The three of them walked down. Outside, there was a sea of people. Everyone was waiting for the appearance of the heaven-ranked Spirit Array Master from the Spirit Array Master Guild. Look, he's coming out, someone shouted. Countless gazes looked over. The leaders of the 7 major forces and many of the higher-ups personally opened the way. A young master walked out. How is this possible? Voices of disbelief rang out one after another. A heaven-ranked Spirit Array Master from the Spirit Array Master Guild? He was a young master in his 20s? This was too shocking. Countless people were moved by this. They couldn't even believe all of this. How many Spirit Array Masters couldn't become Earth-ranked Spirit Array Masters in their entire lives? And he had already become a heaven-ranked Spirit Array Master in his 20s? This was indeed unbelievable. Who is he? Countless people were puzzled and guessed Lin Feng's identity. Chapter 808. He's too young and too handsome, isn't he? Many female cultivators were shrieking. Lin Feng fulfilled all their fantasies of a perfect partner. He was young, handsome, and a heaven-ranked formation master. This was simply every woman's dream home. Many young ladies from large clans wished they could become Lin Feng's women. Isn't that Serene Ming? Why is she following that young master? What's so great about Serene Ming? How could she be qualified to be with that prince? When many young women saw Serene Ming with Lin Feng, they all looked envious and jealous. Lin Feng's identity as a formation master had been exposed, so he couldn't go to the Alchemist Guild. Instead, he went to the Formation Master Guild. Lin Feng looked at Zhang Junhua and said, I have a mission for you. Please instruct me, sir. I'll go through water and tread on fire without hesitation, said Zhang Junhua immediately. It was finally time to show his sincerity, said Lin Feng. In the near future, I will attack Aotion Ancient City and destroy Dugu Aotion and the Dugu clan. Help me organize all the people in Stone City. If they support me, I'll give them some benefits. What? You want to destroy Proud Sky Ancient Capital's Dugu clan? Zhang Junhua's expression changed. What? Why can't I? Lin Feng frowned, said Zhang Junhua. I've heard that the Dugu clan can communicate with the gods and obtain their strength. They can even make the gods send their dharma bodies. Very few people dare to offend them because offending the Dugu clan is equivalent to offending the gods behind them. Communicate with gods. Lin Feng looked indifferent. Was the Lin clan's calamity related to Dugu Aoyin's god? What kind of god was that? A true god? A god? Or a giant god? But no matter what kind of god it was, Dugu Aoyin had to die. Lin Feng looked at Zhang Junhua and said, Do you think I'm someone who would throw my life away so easily? I wouldn't dare think that. Zhang Junhua said hurriedly, Even if the real body of a god were to descend, I would still be able to deal with it. Lin Feng said. His words were sonorous and forceful. Lin Feng's confidence came from the Demon Lord. Who was the Demon Lord? Primordial giant god. Even though his godly power had dissipated, his strength was far from the primordial age. However, now that the Demon Lord had obtained the heavenly demonic stone, his strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. And the Demon Lord owed Lin Feng a favor. The Demon Lord would make a move for Lin Feng. This was Lin Feng's greatest trump card. Hearing Lin Feng's sonorous and forceful words, Zhang Junhua's expression could not help shaking. He knew that Lin Feng definitely had countless tricks up his sleeve, but he never thought that Lin Feng would have a way to deal with a god. Zhang Junhua did not doubt Lin Feng's words at all. He said, This subordinate will definitely do his best to win over the various parties in Stone City and at the same time, recruit troops for you. Very good. Serve me well, and I will not treat you unfairly in the future. Lin Feng said. Knight. Lin Feng sat cross-legged. He was comprehending the stone god's unique skill, Heaven-shattering axe. Axe. Overbearing and violent. As for the heaven-shattering axe, this peerless technique was just like the characteristic of the axe itself. It was filled with a domineering and violent aura. This attack, once successfully cultivated, its power would be extremely strong. It could shake gods and demons. Lin Feng was immersed in comprehending this unique skill. 3 days later, Lin Feng planned to leave Stone City. After bidding farewell to Shi Ningming, Lin Feng left. Ha 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 ha, I finally succeeded in refining it. At the same time, in the Alchemist Guild, the middle-aged alchemist who had been taught by Lin Feng laughed. He held a purple pill in his hand. It was the soul-returning pill. Many alchemists rushed over and congratulated the middle-aged alchemist. Congratulations to the president for successfully refining the soul-returning pill. Now that the soul-returning pill has been successfully refined, you are not far from breaking through to become a high-level Earth stage alchemist. These alchemists congratulated him in unison. This middle-aged alchemist was the president of the East County's Divine Continent Alchemist Guild, Shi Yin. He smiled and said, "This time, I am indebted to a master's guidance that allowed me to make a breakthrough in my alchemy skills. Moreover, that master's guidance allowed me to have a new understanding of alchemy skills. It even subverted my traditional understanding. My horizons have broadened." The surrounding alchemists were shocked. The president had received guidance from an expert? To be able to guide the president, wasn't that a heaven stage alchemist? Everyone's hearts were filled with shock. A heaven stage alchemist had actually come to Stone City? Could it be that he was a friend of that heaven stage spirit array master? Did they come together? President, is the person who guided you a heaven stage alchemist? Vice President Zhang Chengtao asked. Thinking about that master, Shi Yin immediately showed a respectful expression and said, "That's right, he is a heaven stage alchemist. Apart from heaven stage alchemists, no one else can be so proficient in alchemy." President, a few days ago, a heaven stage alchemist came to Stone City and caused a huge commotion. Vice President Zhang Chengtao continued, "What? A heaven stage alchemist?" Shi Yin was also startled. He naturally knew what a heaven stage alchemist meant. Then, Shi Yin muttered to himself, "A heaven stage alchemist. A heaven stage alchemist. Could it be that they had come together? They had traveled the world together, so they had come here." At this time, Zhang Qingtao said, "That heaven stage alchemist knew Ningming and even stayed at our alchemist guild for a few days." "Ah, he knows Ningming? How could Ningming know a heaven stage alchemist? Why didn't I know?" Shi Yin was shocked. Shi Ningming was his daughter. Although Shi Yin was known as an alchemy madman, Shi Ningming felt that Shi Yin's love for her was not as great as his passion for alchemy. Actually, Shi Ningming was wrong. Shi Yin's love for Shi Ningming was no less than the love other fathers had for their children. However, a father's love for his children was usually a kind of silent love. They were not as expressive as their mother, but a father's love, it was no less than a mother's love. Moreover, Shi Ningming's mother had died early and Shi Yin had brought her up. Therefore, Shi Yin had given Shi Ningming much more love than other parents. He just didn't know how to express it. Shi Yin was very clear about Shi Ningming's matters. How could Shi Ningming get to know a heaven stage alchemist? This was also what Shi Yin was puzzled about. Suddenly, Shi Yin was stunned. He thought of a possibility. Shi Yin asked anxiously, "What does that heaven stage alchemist look like?" "He looks very young, about 20 years old. He is very handsome and looks very amiable," Zhang Qingtao said. Shi Yin's heart was like a monstrous wave. It was him. It must be the heaven stage alchemist who had guided him in alchemy. Could it be? Not just a heaven stage alchemist? Or a heaven stage alchemist? In his early 20s, his strength was unfathomable, and he was also a heaven stage alchemist and a heaven stage alchemist. In this world, how could there be such a monstrous person? Could it be that a god had descended to the mortal world? The shock in Shi Yan's heart was indescribable with words. He quickly headed towards Shi Ningming's residence. Chapter 809. Rain Country was a very beautiful country. Here, it was drizzling all year round, which was how Rain Country got its name. Lin Feng headed to Gentleman City, passing by Rain Country. The vegetation here was very special. Most of them were tall trees like those found in tropical rainforests. When he was about 50 kilometers away from Rain Country's capital city, a man holding a halberd flew over from afar. Blood was flowing out of his chest. It was obvious that he had suffered a serious injury. This was a very valiant man with a powerful aura. Even though he was injured, one could still feel the surging power in his body. He looked at Lin Feng cautiously, then quickly left. He's very strong, but his injuries seem to be quite serious. Who is he? Lin Feng murmured. He did not stop. Half an hour later, Lin Feng arrived at Rain Country. In Rain Country, it was drizzling. From time to time, one could see some beautiful women with ink umbrellas passing by on the streets. Drizzle, beautiful women, ancient streets, stone bridges, flowing water. It was like a poem or a painting. This was Rain Country. It was as beautiful as a painting. Rain Country was the closest to Heaven Saint City of the 10 great ancient capitals. Lin Feng planned to rest in Rain Country for a few days before heading to Heaven Saint City. There was a teleportation formation in Heaven Saint City that could lead to Gentleman City directly. The divine prefecture of the Eastern County could not be compared to some of the bigger states, so teleportation formations were relatively rare. Even among the 10 great ancient capitals, only a few of them had long-distance teleportation formations. It was even more impossible for a country like Rain Country to have a teleportation formation. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful aura came from afar and enveloped Rain Country. A man holding a golden sword walked over. He was dressed in golden robes and his black hair danced wildly in the wind. He looked like a god of death. Liu Qiong, come out. I know you're hiding in Rain Country. The man in golden robes said coldly. Immediately after, more than 10 experts flew over from afar and followed closely behind the man in golden robes. Among them, an old man was the strongest. He was unfathomable. Is that Dugu Xian? In Rain Country, some cultivators seemed to recognize the newcomer. That's right, it's Dugu Xian, Dugu Outyan's only son. I heard that when he was 6 years old, Dugu Outyan sent him to a mysterious ancient power to be nurtured. He only returned to the Eastern Divine Prefecture a year ago and got engaged to Ning Hanshuang. Another cultivator said. This caused a huge commotion. The person who came was actually Dugu Outyan's son. He's chasing Liu Qiong? Could it be Sun Moon City's Liu Qiong? Someone said. I heard that a world-shaking battle took place in the magnetic fog lake half a month ago. Could it be the battle between Dugu Xian and Liu Qiong? Someone said. Maybe that's true. Liu Qiong has been famous for a long time. She's one of the top 10 geniuses in the Divine Prefecture of the East Province, but Dugu Xian is still chasing her. Dugu Xian really lives up to his reputation. Look at the people around Dugu Xian. It's said that the mysterious organization that Dugu Xian joined sent them to protect him. Dugu Xian's talent is terrifying. Even in that mysterious organization, he's focused on training. They can't let anything happen to him. A cultivator said, Liu Qiong, you disappoint me. Do you not even have the courage to come out and fight? Dugu Xian shouted coldly, I'll tie one of my arms and fight you. I can still kill you. Dugu Xian continued shouting. Many people were shocked. Dugu Xian was too arrogant. However, he was really strong. He was domineering and arrogant. Who could compete with him? Dugu Outyan's son? Lin Feng looked indifferent, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. At that moment, the old man standing next to Dugu Xian seemed to have sensed something. He glanced at where Lin Feng had been standing, but Lin Feng had already left. The old man couldn't help but laugh coldly. What a terrifying old man. In a small alley a dozen meters away, Lin Feng frowned slightly. He had only revealed a trace of his killing intent, but the old man had sensed it. The old man's strength was unfathomable. Liu Qiong, you can't escape. You're doomed to die here. Let's see how long you can hide. Dugu Xian was extremely arrogant. His voice was cold. He quickly flew through the air, looking for Liu Qiong. It won't be easy to kill this person. I'll have to find another opportunity. Lin Feng frowned and left. He rented a courtyard in a high-end inn. It was very quiet. At night, Lin Feng woke up from his cultivation. At that moment, he sensed that someone had sneaked into the courtyard. Who is it? Lin Feng asked in a low voice. Brother, I'm borrowing your precious place to rest for the night. A voice came from outside. So it's you. Lin Feng walked out and saw a young cultivator sitting cross-legged in the courtyard. He stabbed his halberd into the ground and looked at Lin Feng. Aren't you afraid that I'll report you to Duguxian? Lin Feng looked indifferently at the man. That person should be Li Yuqiang, who was being chased by Duguxian. You want to kill him, Li Yuqiang said. It seems that you weren't far from me during the day. You actually knew that I wanted to kill him. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes as he spoke. Li Yuqiang wasn't simple. She had managed to hide her presence from everyone. Perhaps we can work together. Killing intent flashed in Li Yuqiang's eyes. That old man beside him is troublesome. Lin Feng frowned slightly. That old man's cultivation is unfathomable. He should be a creation realm expert. I'll lure that old man away, then I'll hurry back and work with you to kill this person. Killing intent flashed in Li Yuqiang's eyes. Chapter 8:10. Dugu Xin's arrogance came from his bones. He was arrogant because he was strong enough. Dugu Xin had absolute confidence in his own strength. He stepped forward and walked towards Lin Feng. His expression was cold as he slammed his palm down across the void. Buzz. Energy fluctuations swept out. Suddenly, a huge energy handprint condensed in the void. The energy handprint fell from the sky and violently blasted towards Lin Feng. As expected of Dugu Xin, he can create such a terrifying attack with just a casual move. It's hard to imagine how strong he is. He has been cultivating in that mysterious and ancient force since he was young. It's said that he has experienced countless life and death situations. Naturally, his combat strength is strong. Apart from Jin Yichen, it's hard to find a young cultivator who can contend with him in the divine prefecture of the Eastern County. That kid won't be killed by Dugu Xin in one move, right? It's really possible. Many people were discussing. Obviously, they didn't think that Lin Feng could withstand Dugu Xin's attack. Dugu Xin's guards were also scattered around. They looked at Lin Feng indifferently. They knew how terrifying Dugu Xin was. In the eyes of these guards, the so-called geniuses of the divine prefecture of the Eastern County were as weak as ants in front of Dugu Xin. Naturally, Lin Feng was also classified as an ant by them. Facing Dugu Xin's attack, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He waved his right fist and punched out. Bang! The energy handprint condensed by Dugu Xin was instantly shattered. This made many people look surprised. Originally, many people thought that Lin Feng wouldn't be able to withstand even one move. Now, he had broken Dugu Xin's first attack. But then, everyone felt relieved. Since Lin Feng dared to block Dugu Xin, it seemed that he was quite strong. Dugu Xin's attack just now was the simplest kind of attack. He used the power of the world to condense a giant energy handprint. It couldn't even be considered a magic attack. Therefore, it was reasonable that Lin Feng could withstand Dugu Xin's attack. But what if Dugu Xin used a powerful magic attack? At that time, would he still be able to resist? Many people didn't think that Lin Feng could withstand it. At that time, perhaps they would show signs of defeat. Dugu Xin stepped forward and looked at Lin Feng with an indifferent expression. You were able to break my energy palm, so you're barely qualified to make me attack you. This person was really arrogant enough, and his words completely revealed his contempt and disdain towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng shook his head and said, You're too arrogant. I can easily deal with someone like you with one hand. Dugu Xin continued to sneer as he walked over, looking down at Lin Feng with a haughty attitude. Blade storm. Dugu Xin waved his right hand, and in an instant, a violent wind swept through the world. Immediately after, endless sword chi condensed and formed. The sword chi actually formed a huge tornado. The densely packed sword chi was simply innumerable. It was like the end of the world. The blade storm swept towards Lin Feng. Hurry up and retreat. Many people cried out in fear, because they realized that their bodies were being swept towards the blade storm. The storm formed by billions of sword chi was too terrifying. Once he was sucked into it, he would definitely be torn to pieces. Dugu Xin stood in the center of the blade storm, controlling the blade storm to engulf Lin Feng. Too terrifying, this Dugu Xin is too terrifying. Is this his sacred art? He started to get serious. How could he resist this kind of sacred art? I'm afraid that Brad is finished. In the distance, a cultivator shouted with a pale face as he watched the blade storm sweeping towards Lin Feng. The power of the blade storm caused their souls to tremble. Brat, die. Standing in the middle of the blade storm, Du Guoxian's expression was indifferent as he looked at Lin Feng with disdain. The huge blade storm swept through the world, devouring Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled coldly and said, "You want to injure me with a trifling sword storm? Today, I'll let you know what the way of the sword is." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng used the 10,000 swords converging together. No matter how much sword chi the blade storm condensed, it was useless. My 10,000 swords converging together devoured all of them. Once the 10,000 swords converging together was used, all of the sword chi was devoured by Lin Feng. How is this possible? Du Guoxian's face was filled with disbelief. His blade storm was extremely powerful, even though someone had managed to break through it before. Even then, he had gone through a bitter battle. But what about Lin Feng? He had actually devoured all of the blade storm's sword chi. "Young master, be careful," one of the guards shouted loudly. At that moment, Du Guoxian came back to his senses and looked up. Lin Feng was standing on top of him and was about to stomp on him. A huge foot appeared in the air, covering an area of more than 10 acres. "Get down," Lin Feng sneered. He stomped down, and the huge foot that had condensed in the air also stomped down. "You dare humiliate me?" Du Guoxian roared, as if he was about to go mad. He was a genius of his generation, a high and mighty figure. If he were to be stomped under someone's foot, it would be a great humiliation. He would definitely become a laughingstock in the future. "Break!" Du Guoxian roared and waved his right fist, punching towards the huge foot that was about to step down. But Lin Feng's attack was too powerful, and Du Guoxian had made a hasty move. So, the result was already decided. The foot stomped down on Du Guoxian's body, pushing him to the ground. With a rumble, the ground caved in. Du Guoxian was buried in the huge pit. How could this be? Everyone looked at the young cultivator standing in the air in disbelief. This was different from what everyone had expected. Everyone had thought that Lin Feng would be crushed by Du Guoxian. But now, Du Guoxian had been stomped into the ground. "I want your life." A roar resounded through the sky. Du Guoxian rushed out, his hair disheveled and his body covered in mud. He was in a sorry state. He was about to go crazy, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. "Sovereign descent," Du Guoxian roared. He had unleashed an extremely heaven-defying divine ability. Sovereign descent. Rumor had it that this was a supreme divine ability created by a god. After the sovereign descends the heavens was used, a terrifying pressure spread out. It was as if a god was about to descend to the world. Thump, thump. Countless spectators couldn't bear the terrifying pressure, and they all knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Du Guoxian. It's a god's inheritance. It's too terrifying. Du Guoxian actually has a supreme divine ability created by a god. That kid is in danger. Many people shouted in shock. Du Guoxian's divine ability was too powerful, and it made them feel suffocated. "Kid, it's time to end this." Du Guoxian rushed over, a ferocious smile on his face, and he threw a punch at Lin Feng. There are still gods and great emperors above gods. A mere god dares to say that he can descend to the heavens? What a joke. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He rushed forward and used the great heaven covering hand. The great heaven covering hand slapped at Du Guoxian. Bang! Everyone saw Du Guoxian being sent flying by the palm, and his body moved a few thousand meters away. He spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. Heavens! What did I just see? At this moment, countless spectators were almost scared to death. Du Guoxian had used a heavenly god absolute art, but he was still sent flying by a single palm strike from that young cultivator. Chapter 811. The entire world was shocked and moved. A figure like Du Guoxian was actually crushed. This was simply unacceptable and unbelievable. But all of this was true. That young cultivator was too powerful. With a raise of his hand, he could overturn heaven and earth. With a flip of his hand, the sun and moon rotated. They had heard of such figures before. They were all peerless geniuses that only appeared once in 10,000 years. And that young cultivator was such a figure, right? Such a figure's combat strength could not be measured by age and cultivation base. Such figures could often cross large realms and kill powerful enemies at low realms. Not to mention, Lin Feng's cultivation base was not weak either. Roar. Dugu Xin let out a roar that sounded like a wild beast. He could not accept all of this. A genius of a generation. Ever since he returned to the divine land of the Eastern County, he had looked down on any young experts of the Eastern County. Li Yuqiang was known as one of the top 10 geniuses of the Eastern County, but wasn't she still hunted down by him? Therefore, the more arrogant Dugu Xin was, the more he did not take the young cultivators of the Eastern County seriously. As for Lin Feng's cultivation base, in Dugu Xin's opinion, was not even as good as Li Yuqiang's. Wouldn't crushing Lin Feng be as easy as crushing an ant? But the result was very different from what he had imagined. This is your strength? You're so weak that it's pitiful. Someone like you dares to say that you can make me tremble in fear? Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He stepped forward and sneered. Young master, this child is ferocious. We'll stop him. Hurry up and leave. Find Elder Su and let him kill him. The dozen or so guards shouted loudly. They quickly rushed forward, wanting to stop Lin Feng. Dugu Xin's expression was extremely gloomy. When had he ever escaped? But now, he was completely crushed after 2 consecutive attacks. He was already trembling in fear after being killed by Lin Feng. He did not dare to stay any longer. He turned around and flew into the distance. Dugu Xin escaped? Many people were stunned and even in disbelief. Not long ago, Dugu Xin looked at Lin Feng with contempt and disdain. How long had it been? He actually gave up his dignity and turned around to escape. What a great irony. Can you escape? Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he quickly chased after him. Brat, we're your opponents. More than 10 cultivators rushed over, their faces filled with killing intent. They were all experts. They were the guards sent by the ancient faction that Dugu Xin had joined. They were here to protect Dugu Xin. The strongest among them was at the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm and had condensed a gold core. The weakest among them was at the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. This made Lin Feng very confused. Dugu Xin was actually able to make that ancient power pay so much attention to him? What was the reason? It seemed that Dugu Xin was hiding some unknown secrets. Clearly, Dugu Xin's secret was something that even that ancient power wanted to protect. Dugu Xin's bodyguards have taken action. Every one of them is an expert. It seems that young cultivator won't be able to kill Dugu Xin. Many people were discussing this matter. But at that moment, Lin Feng unleashed his sky-splitting behead. With him as the center, a huge saber light swept out in all directions. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of flesh tearing could be heard. Dugu Xin's bodyguards were killed one after another. These ordinary Yin-Yang realm cultivators couldn't even withstand a single blow from Lin Feng. One move. After killing more than 10 cultivators, Lin Feng sped up. He used his golden wings and raised his speed to the limit. Before Dugu Xin could leave Rain City, he had already intercepted him. He's too strong. Countless people were shocked. Those were more than a dozen Yin-Yang realm experts, yet they were all killed in a single strike. And now, Dugu Xin had been intercepted again. Who are you? Dugu Xin's expression was extremely gloomy. He was arrogant and domineering, so he had offended many people. However, he didn't have any impression of Lin Feng. This was what made the onlookers curious. Who was Lin Feng? How could he be so strong? I'm the one who will kill you. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he walked towards Dugu Xin. What's the reason? Dugu Xin asked gloomily. I don't need a reason to kill the members of the Dugu clan. Lin Feng smiled coldly. Dugu Xin looked at Lin Feng and said coldly, Are you an enemy of the Dugu clan? Evil is doomed to destruction. The Dugu clan will eventually be wiped out. You'll be the first direct descendant of the Dugu clan to be wiped out. Lin Feng rushed forwards and threw a punch at Dugu Xin. An enemy of the Dugu clan? Many people glanced at each other. They hadn't thought that things would turn out this way. The Dugu clan was the most powerful clan in Godly Prefecture. They controlled Aoteon ancient capital and a large amount of territory. The Dugu clan's strong cultivators didn't need to be mentioned. But the Dugu clan wasn't the most terrifying thing. It was the power behind them. It was said that the Dugu clan could communicate with gods. They could obtain the strength of gods. This was an ability that even ancient powers had to be wary of. You want to go against the Dugu clan? You're courting death. Dugu Xin's expression was gloomy. He took out his golden godly sword and held it in his hand. Heaven-severing cross-sword technique. He continuously attacked with his sword. The two sword lights intertwined and turned into a cross-shaped sword chi which moved straight towards Lin Feng. Worldly cosmos sword technique, shouted Lin Feng. His right hand was like a sword. Sword chi swept out. 1,000-meter-long sword light condensed and swept forward. Boom! Dugu Xin's attack was destroyed. The sword chi tore through Dugu Xin's body, and he was blown away. Lin Feng frowned. Dugu Xin wasn't as strong as he had thought. He was different from the Dugu Xin he had seen a few days ago. That's a clone, not your real body, said Lin Feng coldly. Dugu Xin looked at Lin Feng coldly and said, You finally saw it. Indeed, that's a clone of mine. My real body left 3 days ago because of some matters. Are you proud that you were able to defeat my clone? That clone doesn't even have 1% of my real body's fighting prowess. Dugu Xin's words moved many people. That was actually an external incarnation. Was that avatar weak? Of course not. In fact, it was extremely strong. Lin Feng was able to suppress Dugu Xin's clone because Lin Feng was also very strong. But if that clone couldn't even use 1% of Dugu Xin's fighting prowess, then how strong was Dugu Xin's real body? There was no way to know. Then I'll kill your clone first. Then I'll find your real body and kill it, said Yifut Yin, smiling coldly. Lin Feng was extremely strong. He rushed forward and used his newly learned archaic technique. Axe crushes the dome of heaven. A huge axe condensed in the air. Boy, you dared to kill my clone. When my real body appears, I'll crush your bones and scatter your ashes, shouted Dugu Xin furiously. He had spent a lot of effort to create that clone. If it was killed, Dugu Xin's real body would be heartbroken. So what if I kill it? Your real body will wash its neck and wait for me to kill it. As soon as he finished speaking, the axe chopped down. It was like the beginning of the world. Slash. Chapter 8:12. Outside Heaven Saint City, mountains surrounded it. An ancient primitive forest covered this vast piece of land. This forest was called the Misty Ancient Forest. This was because the forest was shrouded in thick fog. Especially in the depths of the forest, there would often be thick fog. Once swallowed by the fog, one would end up dead. Thus, the Misty Ancient Forest was filled with danger. Thus, even if there were cultivators active in the Misty Ancient Forest, they would mostly stay in the outer regions. Very few people dared to go deep into the forest. Lin Feng would pass through the Misty Ancient Forest on his way to Gentleman City from Rain Country. In a forest in the outer regions of the Misty Ancient Forest, a tall and beautiful woman dressed in white was controlling a black snake flying sword and attacking an armored lizard dragon fiercely. The armored lizard dragon was an extremely ferocious beast. It was 3 meters tall and 5 meters long, with thick hind limbs and short forelimbs. It had a huge head and sharp teeth. The armored lizard dragon was a branch of the dragon race called Earth Dragon. The dragon race was divided into many types: true dragon, divine dragon, golden dragon, winged dragon, and so on. These dragons were the stronger dragons among the dragon race, and they had all kinds of powerful techniques. There was also a type of dragon that couldn't fly. They didn't know how to summon clouds or summon rain. They didn't even know how to use the dragon race's mystical abilities. This type of dragon was the Earth Dragon. There were many types of Earth Dragons. For example, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was the most powerful type of Earth Dragon. This woman in white attacked the armored lizard dragon fiercely because she found a piece of blue ore here. The blue ore could be purified into blue iron essence. When the blue iron essence was infused into a treasure, it could greatly increase the treasure's power. What the woman in white didn't expect was that there was an armored lizard dragon here. The armored lizard dragon was ferocious by nature. When it saw a human entering its territory, it attacked fiercely. Clang, clang, clang. The black snake flying sword slashed the armored lizard dragon's body, creating a series of clanging sounds. However, the armored lizard dragon's defense was too shocking. It couldn't break through the armored lizard dragon's defense at all. The armored lizard dragon charged. The woman in white's expression changed slightly. She quickly flew into the air. The armored lizard dragon opened its mouth and energy balls of light were thrown at the woman in white. The white-clothed woman dodged the armored-back lizard dragon's attack with some difficulty. Although the iron-armored lizard dragon was the weakest of the dragons, the Earth Dragon clan. The iron-armored lizard dragon was a member of the Earth Dragon clan. But an Earth Dragon was still a dragon. Earth dragons were weak in comparison to other powerful dragons. But compared to other races, the Earth Dragon was still a gigantic existence. Damn it! This armored lizard dragon is invulnerable. The woman in white stomped her foot in anger. Roar! Suddenly, a roar rang out from afar. Over 10 ironback salamanders charged over. Next, the ironback salamanders spat out balls of energy towards the woman. The woman in white couldn't dodge in time and was hit by a ball of energy. Her body fell into the forest. More than a dozen armored lizards charged towards the white-clothed woman. The lady in white wanted to get up and run away, but the armored-back salamander's attack was too powerful. It scattered her mana and made her unable to gather her strength. No. Murong Shui, was born beautiful. I don't want to die here. Murong Shui screamed in fear. This white-clothed woman was actually Murong Shui, whom Lin Feng had met when he went out for training. The charming young girl from before had now become a peerless beauty full of charm. Bang! A figure landed on the ground and sent the armored salamanders flying with his fists. Murong Shui was so scared that she closed her eyes. She opened her eyes when she realized that she hadn't died after a long time. She saw the young man punching the armored-back salamanders away. This was truly a shocking and moving scene. Murong Shui was overjoyed. She thought to herself, "Looks like even the heavens can't bear to see me die. That's true. I'm so beautiful that the moon shames the flowers. Even the heavens have to take pity on me. Sigh. It's wrong to be too charming." Murong Shui was a little proud. She always had this inexplicable confidence, especially in her face. Of course, Murong Shui was indeed very beautiful. After the armored-back salamanders were sent flying, they knew that they were no match for the human and fled into the depths of the forest. These ferocious beasts had a special sense of seeking luck and avoiding danger. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Murong Shui, it's been a few years. How have you been?" Murong Shui's eyes widened. Why did this voice sound so familiar? She looked at Lin Feng carefully. Although many years had passed and his appearance had changed a lot, she could still vaguely see that he was the young man who fought against the Soul Devourer Palace and went to the Yin-Yang Taoists' cave together. "Lin Feng, why are you here?" Murong Shui exclaimed. She didn't expect to see Lin Feng here. When she learned that Lin Feng was wanted by Outyin Ancient Capital, Murong Shui was worried for a long time. Later, she tried to find out more about Lin Feng, but she couldn't find anything. She even thought that Lin Feng had met with a mishap. She didn't expect Lin Feng to appear in front of her alive and well, and he had become so powerful. More than a dozen armored lizards had been beaten back by him with just a few punches and kicks. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Of course I'm here to see you. Didn't you ask me to come to Sky Saint City to look for you? If I hadn't been wanted by Outyin Ancient Capital and had to leave the East Prefecture, I would have fulfilled my promise and come here. Now that I'm back, I'm here to see a friend I'll never forget." "You're still thinking of me?" Murong Shui asked, pleasantly surprised. Lin Feng blushed with shame. He was just passing by Sky Saint City, and he didn't expect to run into Murong Shui outside. He had just made up those words to coax Murong Shui. But Murong Shui was still very naive, and she didn't doubt Lin Feng's words. "Of course I miss you," Lin Feng said. Murong Shui said proudly, "A great beauty like me will naturally be missed. It's normal for you to miss me." Lin Feng smiled wryly. Murong Shui's personality hadn't changed after so many years. She was naive, but she was also confident. Perhaps beautiful women were that confident. She was confident in everything she did. "Wait for me. I'm going to collect the blue ore. Murong Shui flew towards a mountain. Lin Feng followed her. He saw a fist-sized or embedded in a rock. It was blue ore. It can increase the power of magic weapons. Lin Feng was surprised. Murong Shui nodded and said, I'm going to use blue ore to increase the power of magic weapons. I've heard that blue ore is very difficult to melt. It's even more difficult to fuse it into a magic weapon. Lin Feng said, We have a mysterious blacksmith in Sky Saint City. She's very strong. She can do it. Murong Shui said, Oh, a mysterious blacksmith? Chapter 8:13. Where have you been all these years? Murong Shui asked. Lin Feng said, The Waste Region, the Blue Cloud Sect, an ancient sect. Murong Shui was shocked, but she said, But even an ancient sect couldn't have increased your strength so quickly, right? Lin Feng smiled and said, I'm a genius. My cultivation has increased so quickly. What's there to be surprised about? Humph. Murong Shui snorted and put her hands on her hips. I'm calling you fat, and you're panting. You're really shameless. Lin Feng said, I'm just telling the truth. The two of them chatted as they flew in the direction of Heaven, Divine City. Can that mysterious blacksmith forge a doctrine weapon? Lin Feng asked. She should be able to, but forging a doctrine weapon requires countless precious materials. Do you want to forge one? Murong Shui looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng nodded and said, I have a semi-finished doctrine weapon, the 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda. It's a defensive treasure, and I want to forge it into a doctrine weapon. I can take you to see that senior, but she has a strange temper. I don't know if she'll be willing to help you. Murong Shui said, If she doesn't help, you can put in a few good words for her. Lin Feng said. Murong Shui said, It's useless. That blacksmith only agreed to help me because she received a purple Qilin jade from my father. She owes him a favor, so she agreed to help me. If she didn't owe my father a favor, she wouldn't have helped at all. I don't know how many people have asked her to forge a doctrine weapon, but they've all been rejected. There were many blacksmiths on Tianwu continent. Blacksmiths didn't have as many strict requirements as formation casters or alchemists. Many people chose to become blacksmiths to make a living. Needless to say, it was not easy to become a great blacksmith. Among the blacksmiths, the top blacksmiths were naturally those who could forge doctrine tools. These blacksmiths were very rare, and their identities were also high and mighty. Lin Feng said, Let's meet this blacksmith first. We'll talk about it after we meet him. Murong Shui nodded. She arrived at Heaven Saint City with Lin Feng, and then went straight to the northwest corner of Heaven Saint City. This was the slum of Heaven Saint City. Most of the people living here were ordinary people or the poor. The formidable blacksmith you mentioned lives here? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Murong Shui nodded and said, That's right. The blacksmith lives here. Such a powerful blacksmith wouldn't lack money. It's strange that he's living in a place like this. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. He and Murong Shui entered a dilapidated alley and stopped in front of a courtyard in the deepest part of the alley. Murong Shui said respectfully, Senior, I've brought blue ore. Come in. A hoarse voice came from inside. Lin Feng and Murong Shui entered the courtyard together. At that moment, a pleasantly surprised voice sounded out. 5 or 6 young men walked over. The one who had spoken was a young man in purple. He had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, and he was very handsome. But there was a hint of arrogance between his eyebrows that made people dislike him. Murong Shui said calmly, I came with a friend. Chapter 8:14. The young man in purple was called Song Ziliu, and he was a direct descendant of the Song clan, one of the 5 great clans of Sky Saint City. Song Ziliu had always been pursuing Murong Shui, but she didn't like him. However, considering that the Murong clan and the Song clan were allies, Murong Shui couldn't treat him coldly. May I know where Shui-er's friend came from? Song Ziliu asked with a smile. Most of the young men from the great clans were scheming people. Song Ziliu was one of them. Even though he was jealous of Lin Feng, he didn't show it. Instead, he acted very friendly. Lin Feng smiled and said, I came from another region. Song Ziliu said with a fake smile, The region is so big, but you came from another region. What business do you have in the Eastern Prefecture? Lin Feng said calmly, "Of course, but I can't tell you." Song Ziliu didn't ask. He said, "If you want to buy something from the auction house, I can introduce you to an attendant." "Thank you." Lin Feng cupped his fists. "I'm Song Ziliu. How should I address you?" Lin Feng. Song Ziliu muttered the surname Lin, but he had never heard of any great clan with that surname. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as he wasn't from a great clan, why would he compete with him for Morong Shui? Song Ziliu became more enthusiastic and said, "Brother Lin, please come with me." Then, the group walked towards the auction house. The auction house was bustling with noise and excitement. Lin Feng smiled at Morong Shui and said, "He's obviously jealous of me, but he's still so enthusiastic. It seems that he wants to show off in front of you." Morong Shui glared at Lin Feng and said, "Since you know that, why do you still want to get acquainted with him?" "I want him to know how difficult it is." Lin Feng looked at Morong Shui with a faint smile. Morong Shui blushed slightly and snorted. She said, "Actually, Song Zilu is quite good among the children of aristocratic families. Our Morong family and the Song family have always been allies, so Song Zilu and I had a good relationship when we were young. But when we grew up, this guy dared to pursue me. When I think of the guy who followed me around when we were young, I can't help but want to beat him to death." "Shui, Brother Lin, what are you two talking about? Is there something else that you can't tell others?" When Song Zilu saw that Lin Feng and Morong Shui were talking in a low voice, he was a bit jealous. At that moment, Lin Feng looked at Song Zilu with pity in his eyes. Song Zzzzzz, Morong Shui. Human emotions were the most complicated. Song Zzzz, Shui's Morongs, Shui, Morong Shui's. "We're talking about Brother Song. I heard from Morong Shui that Brother Song was cute and smart when he was young. He'll be a handsome man when he grows up." Lin Feng said with a faint smile. "Really?" Song Zilia's eyes lit up when he heard that. His impression of Lin Feng skyrocketed. Song Ziliu comforted himself. It seemed that Lin Feng and Shui were just friends. He must have been overthinking things. Brother Lin is really a good person. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have known that I had such a high position in Shui's heart. Morong Shui pinched Lin Feng's waist. Lin Feng grimaced in pain. Morong Shui snorted, as if telling Lin Feng that this was his punishment for spouting nonsense. Lin Feng took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention and slapped Morong Shui's butt. Morong Shui's face flushed red. She gnashed her teeth, wanting to retaliate. However, Lin Feng quickened his pace and walked alongside Song Ziliu. Morong Shui's plan of revenge had failed. She looked at Lin Feng and ground her teeth, but then she couldn't help but smile. A woman's mind was really hard to fathom. Under Song Zilu's guidance, Lin Feng and the others saw the deacon in the lounge. "Manager son, this is my friend Lin Feng. He wants to buy something." Song Ziliu said. Manager son was called Sun Yuan. He was a polite person. He cupped his fists and said, "May I know what Lin Gongzi wants to buy?" "Do you have the bones of the golden giant?" Lin Feng asked. "Huh, the bones of the golden giant?" Deacon's son was startled. He naturally knew about the golden giant. This was a huge business deal. Recently, an elder of the auction house had been transferred away, and a new elder had been appointed. The new elder would be the one who had the best performance among the deacons. Therefore, these managers hoped to make a big deal and increase their performance. If they could become an elder of the auction house in the future, their status would rise. She could be described as a phoenix that had flown to the top of a branch. Manager's son wanted to make a big deal, but he was powerless. He said regretfully, "Young master, you came at a bad time. As far as I know, 20 years ago, there was a bone of the golden giant in the auction house, but it was bought by someone else. After that, there hasn't been another bone of the golden giant." Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head. However, he had expected this to happen. Lin Feng was about to discuss the auction with Manager Sunday. At that moment, a dozen people rushed in from outside. The leader was also a manager. The manager was called Wang Shun. He looked very arrogant. He glanced at Manager Sun and said, "Manager Sun, I have something to discuss with young Master Oye. Hurry up and take your people out." Manager Sun's expression turned unsightly. Wang Shun was not giving him any face at all. He was the one who had come to discuss business with Lin Feng. but now he was being chased out. If news of this spread, he would lose all face. Manager Sun said, "Manager Wang, I'm still discussing business with a guest. If you want to discuss business, you can go to another VIP room." "I like to discuss business in this VIP room." "Manager Sun, do you want me to repeat myself?" Manager Wang sneered. Manager Sun's expression kept changing. When Manager Wang saw that Manager Sun didn't take Lin Feng and the others out, he sneered and said, "The assessment is coming soon. When I'm promoted to elder, I hope Manager Sun can still be as stubborn as today." Manager Sun couldn't help but sigh. Wang Shun had made a few big deals recently, so he had the best performance out of all the managers. If nothing unexpected happened, the vacant elder position would be filled by him. Manager Sun looked at Lin Feng apologetically and said, "Lin Gongzi, why don't we go somewhere else to discuss business?" Deacon Wang immediately revealed a complacent look. Lin Feng frowned. He was very unhappy. Everything was first come, first served. Manager Wang was driving Manager Sun away in such a domineering manner. Not only was he not giving Manager Sun face, but he was also not giving the guests any face. Song Ziliu sneered. "So what if we don't go out? Do you still care about the rules? This auction house seems to be under the surname Jiang, not Wang, right? A manager dares to be so domineering? How laughable." Manager Wang's face sank. Just as he was about to reprimand Song Ziliu, a young man in white clothes waved his hand, indicating for Manager Wang to remain silent. "I am Ouyang Qian from the Celestial Moon Mountain. I wish to discuss business with Manager Sun in this VIP room. Do you have any objections?" Celestial Moon Mountain? Song Ziliu and the others' expressions changed. The Celestial Moon Mountain was ranked second among the righteous path forces in the northern 72 prefectures. When Ouyang Qian saw the change in everyone's expressions, he revealed a proud expression. His status as a member of the Celestial Moon Mountain was enough for him to enjoy the envy of everyone in the northern 72 prefectures. As for Ouyang Qian, he enjoyed the shock and fear of others when they heard his status. "We're using this VIP room. If you want to discuss business, find another VIP room." An indifferent voice sounded, "Brat, what did you say?" Ouyang Qian thought he had misheard. He looked coldly at Lin Feng. Song Ziliu, Manager Sun, Murong Shui, and the others' expressions changed drastically. The successor of the Celestial Moon Mountain wasn't someone they could afford to offend. They couldn't help but worry for Lin Feng. If the Celestial Moon Mountain was angered, Lin Feng would suffer a great calamity. Chapter 8:15. Lin Feng, we can't afford to offend this person. Let's go. Murong Shui pulled Lin Feng aside and whispered to him. She was worried that Lin Feng would suffer in Ouyang Qian's hands. Not everyone could afford to offend the people of the Immortal Moon Mountain. There were 72 prefectures in the north, and the Immortal Moon Mountain was very powerful. Even a giant like the Palace of Immortals did not dare to underestimate them. Moreover, the East County was a force in the Divine Prefecture. Compared to the Immortal Moon Mountain, the difference was too great. Brother Lin, don't argue with the people of the Immortal Moon Mountain. They are unreasonable. Song Ziliu whispered. Although he was also from a large family, the Song family was only an ancient force. Compared to an ancient force like the Immortal Moon Mountain, the difference was too great. Lin Feng smiled and said, "You don't have to worry. So what if it's the Immortal Moon Mountain? I don't believe that the people of the Immortal Moon Mountain can do whatever they want." Ouyang Qian's expression was gloomy. He asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" Ouyang Qian was obviously suspicious of Lin Feng's identity. After all, he knew that Ouyang Qian was the successor of the Immortal Moon Mountain, but he was still so indifferent. There must be something fishy going on. Lin Feng said, "You don't need to know who I am. All you need to know now is that I'm using this VIP room. If you want to use it, wait in line outside." "Brat you." Ouyang Qian's expression was gloomy. He could not figure out Lin Feng's identity. Therefore, he did not dare to make a move. After all, he was afraid. Although the Immortal Moon Mountain was powerful, it was not omnipotent. If he really made a move and found out that Lin Feng was the successor of an even more powerful force, he would be in big trouble. "Senior brother, before we left, Didn't you borrow a golden VIP card from the auction house from Uncle Master? That's a VIP card that only Creation Realm cultivators are qualified to get. Let's ask Deacon Wong to invite an elder to preside over this matter. When Senior Brother shows the golden VIP card, no matter who it is, they will have to obediently give up the VIP room. No matter how sullen they are, they will have to endure it. A cultivator from the immortal Moon Mountain whispered in Ouyang Qian's ear. Ouyang Qian's eyes suddenly lit up. Although he couldn't figure out Lin Feng's background, he wouldn't easily give up the VIP room. Because as far as Ouyang Qian was concerned, giving up the VIP room was no different than losing face. As for Lin Feng's identity, he was not afraid even if he was from the Palace of Immortals. Although the celestial Moon Mountain was not as powerful as the Palace of Immortals, it was not far behind the Palace of Immortals now that its power had increased greatly. Moreover, he had obtained the right to use the VIP room with his own strength. What was there to worry about? He nodded and said to Attendant Wong, "Go and find the elder in charge here. I want to see who will be kicked out of the VIP room." Speaking up to hear, Ouyang Qian involuntarily laughed coldly twice, his face full of a confident expression. In his opinion, Lin Feng definitely couldn't take out a gold VIP card. After all, this gold VIP card could only be obtained by cultivators in the Creation Realm. He had begged for a long time before he was able to borrow the gold VIP card. Moreover, the martial uncle that the disciple had mentioned was his uncle, which was why he was able to borrow the VIP card. It had not been easy for him to borrow a VIP card, and his uncle had repeatedly reminded him to take good care of it. From this, it could be seen how precious a gold VIP card was. "Yes, I'll go now." Attendant Wang nodded and walked out. Not long after, an elder followed Attendant Wang to the VIP room. This elder was called Master Lu, and when he arrived at the VIP room, he asked in a deep voice, "What happened?" When Attendant Li saw that the situation had escalated to this point, he knew that there was no way out for him. He gritted his teeth and said, "Elder, it's like this. This subordinate was originally using this VIP room to discuss business with Lin Gongzi and the others. At that moment, Attendant Wang barged in with a group of people and wanted to kick us out. Attendant Wang's actions are a little too domineering. Even if you don't give me face, you should at least consider our auction house's reputation, right?" Elder Lu's expression darkened when he heard this. He looked at Attendant Wang and asked, "Is this true?" Attendant Wang immediately said, "Elder, I've been wronged. This subordinate's grievance is even worse than Jun Feishua's grievance. At that time, we all took a liking to this VIP room at the same time, but Attendant Li insisted that it was the VIP room they were using. Now, he's even deceiving you. He really has ulterior motives." Lin Feng sneered. Attendant Wang was spouting nonsense and hurtful words. It was obvious that he was not a good person. However, Lin Feng didn't say anything. He wanted to see how Elder Lu would deal with this matter. "Elder Lu, I am Ouyang Qian from Celestial Moon Mountain. My uncle is Li Shixuan, the great elder of Celestial Moon Mountain, Celestial Moon Mountain. This is a congratulatory gift from the auction house when my uncle broke through to the realm of creation. This golden VIP card can prove my identity." Ouyang Qian clasped his fists and said. Then, he took out a gold VIP card. Elder Lu held the golden VIP card and nodded slightly. "So you're Li Shixuan's nephew. I recognize this golden VIP card. Back then, when I went to the Celestial Moon Mountain to celebrate his birthday, I personally went there." Hearing Elder Lu's words, Ouyang Qian's face immediately lit up. On Lin Feng's side, Murong Shui, Song Ziliu, Deacon Li, and the others' faces darkened. Obviously, they were likely to be kicked out of the VIP room. Lin Feng looked at Elder Lu with a faint smile and said, "I wonder if Elder Lu has made a decision?" Elder Lu frowned slightly. He was also weighing the pros and cons. Elder Lu was naturally not a stupid person. He could roughly guess what had happened. If he handled the matter fairly, he would kick out Deacon Wang, Ouyang Qian, and the others. If he didn't handle the matter fairly, he would kick out Deacon Li, Lin Feng, and the others. Now, Elder Lu had to make a choice. On one side was Ouyang Qian and the others. On the other side was Lin Feng and the others. This choice didn't seem to be difficult. Putting aside the fact that Deacon Wang would soon be promoted to elder, he would be on the same level as Elder Lu. Ouyang Qian's status wasn't something that Lin Feng and the others could compare to. Elder Lu weighed the pros and cons in his heart. Ouyang Qian looked at Deacon Li indifferently and said, "Deacon Li, why aren't you taking your guests away? They really don't know the rules." "Yes, yes, yes. We'll leave." Although Deacon Li's expression was unsightly, he didn't dare disobey Elder Lu's orders. He looked at Lin Feng and whispered, "Lin Gongzi, let's go. We can't afford to offend these people." Murong Shui also said, "Lin Feng, let's endure this for now. The celestial moon mountain is very powerful. Even the auction house's elder is on their side. We can't win against them." Ouyang Qian looked at Lin Feng proudly and sneered, "Kid, why aren't you getting out of here? Since when does the auction house need to act according to other people's wishes? I really wonder how the Jiang clan manages the auction house. Deacon Li, go and find the manager of the auction house in Heaven Divine City. I want to see how the manager of the auction house handles this matter." Lin Feng said indifferently, invite the president?" Deacon Li's expression changed slightly. He couldn't even take a step forward. If the president of the Heaven Sacred City's auction house was really invited out, this matter would probably escalate to a point of no return. If the president became angry, he might even be expelled from the auction house. "Deacon Li, do you want to live with grievances all the time? If this place doesn't want me, there will be other places for me. You're not weak. Are you afraid that you won't have a stable future?" Lin Feng looked at Deacon Li indifferently. "All right, I'll go." Deacon Li clenched his teeth. Lin Feng's words had aroused Deacon Li's courage. A man should live with dignity. Chapter 8:16. The third floor of the auction house was where the head of the auction house rested. The head of the auction house was called Jiang Li, and he was a disciple of the Jiang family side branch. However, he had shown extraordinary talent in cultivation and had been heavily nurtured by the family. He had slowly climbed to the position of the head of the auction house in the East Province's Divine Prefecture's Sky Saint City. Jiang Li looked like he was in his 40s and looked very capable. At this moment, Jiang Li, who seemed high and mighty to outsiders, was carefully accompanying another person. Jiang Li's humble demeanor would definitely shock outsiders if they saw it. This was the head of the auction house, a high and mighty figure. Who could make someone like him bow to him? This tea is called green bamboo leaf. It's a special tea from the snowy mountains in the East Province's Divine Prefecture's extreme north. What do you think of the taste? Jiang Li carefully asked. The middle-aged cultivator nodded and said, "It's refreshing and refreshing. After drinking it, there's a fragrant feeling. It's indeed a good tea." If Lin Feng was here, he would definitely be able to recognize this person. It was Jiang Chao. He was an elder of the East Sea auction house and had received Lin Feng before. Jiang Chao's identity was not simple. His uncle, Jiang Tiando, was in charge of the East Sea auction house. At the same time, he was the head of all the auction houses in the northern 72 prefectures. He had a high position and was an important figure in the Jiang family. When they were in the East Sea, Jiang Tiando had deliberately befriended Lin Feng before, so Lin Feng had a good impression of him. Although Jiang Chao was good at things, he did not make people dislike him. Moreover, he did things flawlessly and had the demeanor of someone from a big family. Jiang Tiando had set up an inspection department, and the inspection department was responsible for inspecting the auction houses in the northern 72 prefectures. Then, they would assess the auction house's performance. The person in charge of the inspection department was Jiang Chao. Of course, Jiang Chao spent most of his time in the EC auction house. He only personally came out to check the accounts once every 5 years. Jiang Li smiled and said, "It's good that you like it. I heard that the ancestor also likes to drink tea. When you go back, please bring some green bamboo leaf for the ancestor to taste." The ancestor that Jiang Li was naturally Jiang Tiando. Jiang Tiando was very close to the heaven-rank spirit array master, Murong Baichuan. Jiang Tiando's identity was very high. "Thank you for your concern. I'll pass on your feelings to uncle when the time comes," Jiang Chao said. Jiang Li was overjoyed. He took out a storage ring and handed it to Jiang Chao. "The tea leaves are ready. Please accept it." Jiang Chao took the storage ring and probed it with his divine sense. He found that there were boxes of top-grade spirit stones piled up. There were probably no less than 200,000 top-grade spirit stones. Zhang Chao nodded with satisfaction. Although it was said to be tea leaves, it was actually a gift for Zhang Chao in disguise. Zhang Chao accepted it without batting an eyelid and asked, "How's the business of Sky Divine City's auction house?" "Business is quite good. Here's the account book." Zhang Chao quickly took out the account book. "Put away the account books. I don't want to look at them. There are special people in charge of checking them. Although we are brothers of the same clan, if there is a problem with the account books, or if the business fails to meet the requirements of the assessment, I will report it truthfully." Zhang Chao said, "Of course, I know. I won't make things difficult for you," Zhang Li said hurriedly. Zhang Chao nodded with satisfaction and said, "Of course, if you do well, I will report it to the higher-ups. If there are vacancies in the future, I won't forget about you." Zhang Li hurriedly stood up and bowed. "Thank you for your guidance, brother. I will definitely accomplish great things and not disappoint you." Zhang Chao waved his hand and said, "Since we are brothers of the same clan, there's no need to be so distant. Right, there's something I need to tell you in advance." Zhang Li hurriedly sat up straight and listened attentively. "The eldest miss has decided to come out and train. She's probably going to take over my uncle's position and become the head of the auction house in the 72 prefectures. The eldest miss likes to study alchemy, so you should pay more attention to ancient recipes. If there are any, collect them. When the eldest miss takes over, you can give her a congratulatory gift. The eldest miss will remember your name," Zhang Chao said. Zhang Li was overjoyed and said, "I will definitely prepare for it." "All right." Zhang Chao nodded. At that moment, Deacon Li's voice came from outside. "Sir, this subordinate wishes to see you." "Bastard, don't you know that I'm accompanying an official on patrol?" Zhang Li opened the door and reprimanded him coldly. Deacon Li was so frightened that his whole body trembled. He had wanted to say something, but Zhang Li had scared him so much that he swallowed his words. "Zhang Li, let him in and see what he wants," Zhang Chao said. Zhang Chao said with great interest. He wanted to see how Zhang Li handled the matters of the auction house. He wanted to see if Zhang Li was worth grooming. "Yes, sir," Zhang Li replied. He obviously knew how to address Zhang Chao in front of outsiders. He could only address him as brother when there were only two people around. This was called cordiality. If he still addressed him as brother in front of outsiders, then he didn't know the gravity of the situation. "Come in and speak," Zhang Chao said to Deacon Li. Deacon Li trembled as he walked in. He had heard that an important person had come to the auction house. If even the high and mighty president, Zhang Li, was so respectful to this important person, how important was he? It was his first time meeting such an important person, so Deacon Li was naturally very nervous. "Greetings, sir." Deacon Li hurriedly knelt on the ground and bowed. "No need for formalities. Tell me what's going on," Zhang Chao asked. Deacon Li didn't know how the higher-ups would deal with this matter, so he didn't dare to speak carelessly. He gathered his thoughts and said, "There's a rather troublesome matter waiting for you to deal with." "Oh, you need me to deal with it personally?" Zhang Li frowned slightly. He didn't want to see such a troublesome matter appear at this time. Because Zhang Chao was here, if he didn't deal with this troublesome matter properly, Zhang Chao would dislike him. "Let's go and have a look." Zhang Chao stood up. When he saw Zhang Chao stand up, Zhang Li nodded and said, "Deacon Li, please lead the way." "Yes, sir. Please follow me," Deacon Li replied. Manager Li answered, and then led the way to the VIP room on the second floor. Inside the VIP room, Lin Feng looked indifferent. Morong Shui, Song Ziliu, and the others looked worried. In their opinion, even if the president of the auction house came, he would probably side with the people from Celestial Moon Mountain. Celestial Moon Mountain was too powerful. Chapter 8:17. Look, it's the president of the auction house, Zhang Li. When they saw Zhang Li, the first floor of the auction house, the atmosphere became lively. The first floor of the auction house had many counters selling all kinds of precious treasures, so people were coming and going. It was very lively. As the president of the auction house, Zhang Li's every move attracted a lot of attention. But very quickly, many people noticed something shocking. Zhang Li was carefully standing next to another cultivator. Who was that cultivator? He looks like the inspector, Jiang Chao? No wonder. If he's an inspector, he has a lot of power. He can control the fate of the president of the auction house. I know Jiang Chao. He's a direct descendant of the Jiang clan. Jiang Li is just a side branch. Jiang Chao is now the inspector of the 72 provinces in the north. He has a very high position. Many people were talking about it. In their eyes, Jiang Li was a very important person. What about Jiang Chao? These people were all guessing what Jiang Chao and Jiang Li were doing here. The inspector and the president have arrived, shouted Manager Li when they arrived at the door of the VIP lounge. Hearing the words patrol envoy, everyone in the VIP room was shocked. Naturally, everyone knew what the words patrol envoy meant. He was a very important person in the auction house. Greetings, Inspector. Greetings, President. Elder Lu and Manager Wang quickly bowed. Uncle Jiang. Ouyang Qian's eyes lit up when he saw Jiang Chao. Ouyang Qian's uncle knew Jiang Chao. 3 years ago, he had followed his uncle to the overseas world. Jiang Chao had welcomed them. You're Li Shixuan's nephew? Jiang Chao looked at Ouyang Qian in surprise. He vaguely remembered him. When Ouyang Qian saw that Jiang Chao had remembered him, he was ecstatic. He quickly nodded and said, That's right. This junior's uncle is Li Shixuan. 3 years ago, I went to the overseas world with my uncle to visit Uncle Jiang. Manager Li, Murong Shui, Songzi Lu, and the others were in stark contrast to Ouyang Qian. Their faces turned pale in an instant. Jiang Chao was an inspector. He was a very important person. They wouldn't even be able to see such a person on a normal day. He was a friend of Ouyang Qian's uncle. In that case, the outcome of today's VIP room fight seemed to have been decided. They should be chased out, right? Outside the VIP room, many people were pointing and gossiping. If they were really driven out, they would lose all face. The most important thing for a cultivator was face. Otherwise, how could there be a saying that a single breath of life and Buddha strives for an incense stick? Seeing that Ouyang Qian had such a relationship with the inspector, Jiang Li knew how to deal with this matter. Jiang Li glanced at Elder Lu indifferently and said, Elder Lu, what's going on? Tell me. Elder Lu hurriedly said, It's Deacon Li who doesn't know the rules. He openly snatched the VIP room that Deacon Wang was already using. The people around Deacon Li are also arrogant and despotic. When they saw that Deacon Wang didn't let them use the VIP room, they wanted to forcefully drive away Deacon Wang's guests. How outrageous. This Elder Lu was also a shrewd old man. Right now, he was trying to distort the truth. In his opinion, this matter was already settled. Would Lin Feng and his gang fight with Ouyang Qian and his gang? He was simply overestimating himself. Jiang Li asked, Deacon Li, do you know your crime? Deacon Li's face turned pale. With a thump, his body went limp and fell to the ground. He was speechless and had no way to refute. That was because anyone could tell that Jiang Li had already sided with Ouyang Qian and the others in this matter. He was completely done for. Deacon Li sighed. He was already thinking of a way out. If he was driven out of the auction house, where should he go to find a new job? If he wanted to find another job like being an auction house's deacon, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The world of cultivators was so cruel. Cultivators needed to find a backer. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for a rogue cultivator to survive. Deacon Li was naturally aware of this and couldn't help but worry about his future. Ouyang Qian, Deacon Wang, and the rest were all sneering. Ouyang Qian looked at Lin Feng with a provocative gaze. Kid, you want to fight with me? Who do you think you are? Ouyang Qian and the rest were waiting for Lin Feng and his gang to be driven out. At this time, Lin Feng said with a faint smile, Jiang Chao, is this the way your auction house does things? Jiang Chao? That kid actually dared to call the patrol inspector by his name? The cultivators outside were dumbfounded. Jiang Li and the rest were also dumbfounded. Murong Shui, Song Ziliu, and the rest were so scared that their faces turned pale. Did Lin Feng want to die? He actually dared to be so disrespectful to the patrol inspector? On the other hand, Ouyang Qian was inwardly ecstatic. This brat is courting death. He actually dared to call the inspector by his name. He's so disrespectful to the Jiang family's inspector. This matter won't end like this. The inspector's dignity definitely won't be challenged. In Ouyang Qian's opinion, Lin Feng was dead meat this time. When Jiang Chao heard this, he was also furious. A person from a small family in a small place actually dared to call him by his name, not giving him face. Jiang Chao looked coldly at Lin Feng. That's not right. Why does this person look a little familiar? Jiang Chao was puzzled. Suddenly, Jiang Chao remembered the young master from more than a year ago. Although they had only met once, Jiang Chao's impression of him was too deep. That young master had already become the great elder of the Spirit Array Caster Guild more than a year ago. He was only in his early 20s, and he was already the great elder of the Spirit Array Caster Guild. His future was limitless. He might even become one of the leaders of the Spirit Array Caster Guild. At that time, the Jiang family would have to take the initiative to express goodwill to such a person. The Spirit Array Caster Guild's huge power was unimaginable to others. Only a core member of the Jiang family like Jiang Chao knew how terrifying the Spirit Array Caster Guild was. That young master was someone that even his uncle, Jiang Tiando, deliberately tried to befriend. Therefore, although they had only met once, and more than a year had passed, when he saw Lin Feng again, Jiang Chao still remembered. Jiang Chao was shocked. He had never thought that such a big shot like Lin Feng would come to a barren place like the Eastern Divine Prefecture. Could it be that he was out traveling? Everyone looked at Lin Feng with different thoughts, especially when they saw the anger on Jiang Chao's face. Many people knew that Lin Feng was finished, but no one thought. The next moment, Jiang Chao trotted all the way to Lin Feng's side, like a junior bowing to an elder. After Jiang Chao bowed, he said carefully, "Master Lin, why are you here in the Eastern Divine Prefecture? Before I left the Eastern Sea, I heard that my uncle was talking about you." What was going on? Everyone was stunned. Jiang Chao, a core member of the ancient Jiang family, the inspector of the 72 northern states. Why would such a high and mighty figure bow to that young man? And he was so careful? Could it be that that young man had an even more terrifying background? Even Jiang Chao had to be careful. Chapter 8:18. How could this be? When Ouyang Qian, Elder Lu, Attendant Wang, and the others saw this, their expressions turned ugly. Especially Elder Lu and Deacon Wang. Their hearts instantly sank to the bottom. They knew that this was going to be troublesome, because they had poked a huge hole in the ground. Zhang Li's expression changed again and again. He had wanted to leave a good impression on Jiang Chao, but he had been too careless in handling this matter. This time, his image in Jiang Chao's eyes was completely ruined, right? More importantly, who was that young man? If Jiang Chao attacked him in a fit of anger, he would be done for. Murong Shui, Song Ziliu, Attendant Li, and the others were first shocked, then overjoyed. They hadn't expected Lin Feng to be so capable. He had actually been able to make someone as important as Jiang Chao bow down to him. Song Ziliu and Attendant Li looked at Murong Shui. They wanted to know who Lin Feng was from her. Murong Shui was also puzzled. Wasn't Lin Feng from a small family? How could he be so powerful? Could it be that there was something she didn't know about him? She had to interrogate this guy later. "Is your uncle doing well?" Lin Feng asked calmly. Jiang Chao hurriedly said, "Uncle is doing very well, but he will be leaving his position soon. He will return to the family, and a new person will be appointed." "Oh? Your uncle is leaving his position as the person in charge of the 72 northern regions? But it's good that he's leaving his position. He can go back to the Jiang family and cultivate. It's much more practical than this so-called empty title. But who will be the new person in charge?" Lin Feng asked. "It's the eldest daughter of the Jiang family," Jiang Chao said. "Jiang Yudi?" Lin Feng asked curiously. Jiang Chao was stunned. "Master Lin, you know our eldest daughter?" Lin Feng nodded. "I've known her for about 6 or 7 years. It's just that I haven't seen her in a while." Jiang Chao thought to himself, this Master Lin really isn't simple. Even our eldest daughter is his friend. If Master Lin hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have known. The reason why Jiang Chao was so respectful to Lin Feng was not without reason. If Lin Feng was just an ordinary great elder of the Spirit Array Caster Guild, Jiang Chao wouldn't have respected him so much. 5 months ago, Jiang Chao was about to leave the Eastern Sea auction house to patrol the 72 prefectures in the north. He accidentally overheard the conversation between his uncle, Jiang Tiando, and Murong Baichuan. Lin Feng, little friend, do you remember? Murong Baichuan smiled and looked at Jiang Tiando. Jiang Tiando stroked his beard and said, "Of course I won't forget. What's wrong with our little friend Lin Feng? Could it be that he has agreed to take up a position in the Spirit Array Caster Guild?" "I didn't." Murong Baichuan shook his head and said, "Little friend Lin Feng's Great Elder Medallion resonates with the Spirit Array Caster Guild's Heavenly Medallion. Yesterday, the Heavenly Medallion sent out a signal that little friend Lin Feng has become a heaven-ranked Spirit Array Caster." "What? A Heaven-stage Spirit Array Master? How is that possible?" Jiang Tiando shouted in disbelief. It was rare for a big shot like him to lose his composure. But today, he was deeply shocked by Murong Baichuan's news. Murong Baichuan bitterly smiled and said, "But this is indeed true. This person's attainments in spiritual arrays are unimaginable. Perhaps in a few years, he will be entrusted with important tasks by the four great ancestors. When that time comes, I'm afraid that when I see that brat, I will have to respectfully call him Lord." Jiang Chao was also shocked when he heard this, but he didn't think too much about it. From his point of view, with his status, he was destined to not have much interaction with Lin Feng. He didn't expect to meet him here. Jiang Chao said, "When the young mistress takes up her position, she hopes that Master Lin can come to the Eastern Sea once. First, my uncle is about to leave and has been talking about Master Lin. An old friend has passed away, and my uncle still has his cultivation, so he can see Master Lin before he leaves. Second, when the young mistress takes up her position, she will be very happy to see Master Lin come and congratulate her." "Okay, I'll think about it." Lin Feng nodded. "Master Lin, let's go up and talk. Don't let the people here insult your eyes," Jiang Chao said. Lin Feng nodded. Under Jiang Chao's lead, they went upstairs. Murong Shui, Song Ziliu, and the others followed closely behind. Song Ziliu and his companions were ecstatic. What kind of luck did he have? He actually made friends with such a big shot? In the VIP room, Zhang Li's expression was gloomy. He was in a terrible mood. Now, Zhang Li really wanted to slap Attendant Wang and Elder Lu to death. If Attendant Wang hadn't been so meddlesome, would this have happened? If Elder Lu had dealt with it impartially, would this have happened? "Ouyang Qian, right? Why aren't you getting out? Our auction house doesn't welcome you," Zhang Li said fiercely. Ouyang Qian's expression was extremely ugly, but he didn't dare to refute. This was the Jiang family's auction house. Who would dare to offend the president of the Jiang family's auction house? Wouldn't that be going against the Jiang family? "Let's go," Ouyang Qian said with a gloomy face. He felt that the people outside were looking at him mockingly, pointing at him and full of sarcasm. This made Ouyang Qian so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. That kid wasn't particularly strong. Why was Jiang Chao so respectful to him? And he even called him Master Lin? Ouyang Qian didn't know this. This made Ouyang Qian hate Lin Feng to the core. "I don't care if you're Master Lin or not. In the end, this cultivator's senior still depends on your cultivation level. If you fall into my hands, I'll teach you a lesson." "Sir, I was wrong. I was blind. Please forgive me this time," said Lin Feng, shaking his head. Attendant Wang knelt on the ground and begged loudly. Elder Lu also knelt on the ground and begged, "Sir, I've been deceived by Wang Shun. Please forgive me this once, sir, on account of my years of loyalty." Zhang Li was furious because he was implicated. Now, he only thought of how to restore his image in Jiang Chao's heart and how to appease that young master. When he saw the two of them, he was furious. "Wang Shun, you openly violated the rules of the auction house and dared to expel a guest. This is a heinous crime. From today onwards, you will be expelled from the auction house and will never be employed again." Zhang Li looked at Wang Shun coldly. Wang Shun sat on the ground, paralyzed, his face ashen. Zhang Li looked at Elder Lu and said, "Strict Master Lu, you covered up for Wang Shun and can't differentiate between right and wrong. This is also an unforgivable crime. However, on account of your years of service to the auction house, I demote you to an attendant. Do you accept this?" "I accept," Elder Lu said with an ugly expression. Then, Zhang Li looked at Attendant Li and said, "Li Yuan, you were able to protect the interests and dignity of the customers and adhere to the rules of the auction house. You are hereby promoted to an elder." Huh. Attendant Li was stunned. Then, he became ecstatic. He had become an elder of the auction house? This was something that only happened in his dreams. Attendant Li knew that the reason he could become the president of the auction house was because he had received Lin Gongzi. "My ancestors really did a good deed for me to meet that young master. Otherwise, how could I become an elder of the auction house?" Chapter 819. Lin Feng and Jiang Chao chatted in the VIP room on the third floor, while Morong Shui and the others were arranged to stay in another VIP room. The VIP rooms on the third floor were usually used to receive important figures of the creation realm. This was the first time Morong Shui, Song Ziliu, and the others had come to the VIP rooms on the third floor, so they looked around curiously. "I want to auction 2 Dao artifacts." Lin Feng spoke frankly. "Dao artifacts?" Jiang Chao was shocked. He asked, "What Dao artifacts are they?" Lin Feng waved his right hand, and 2 Dao artifacts flew out. One was the White Tiger Sky-Shattering Blade. The other was the Heavenly Dragon Seal. Jiang Chao was shocked when he saw these 2 treasures. He said, "Pirate King Long Yan's White Tiger Sky-Shattering Blade and the Great Golden Immortal Dynasty's Heavenly Dragon Seal." After these 2 treasures were lost, Long Yan and the Great Golden Immortal Dynasty have been looking for them. I didn't expect them to fall into Master Lin's hands. Dao artifacts were no small matter. Forging one was not easy. First, the materials were hard to find. Second, it was very difficult to find a blacksmith who could forge them. Therefore, even the most powerful factions would spend a lot of money to find lost Dao artifacts. Pirate King Long Yan and the Great Golden Immortal Dynasty had been looking for the White Tiger Sky-Shattering Blade and the Heavenly Dragon Seal. However, Lin Feng had not used these 2 treasures since he had obtained them, so they had not been able to find out anything. "I obtained these 2 treasures by chance. Can your auction house take them?" Lin Feng asked. "Of course, but I think there's something wrong with these 2 Dao artifacts." Jiang Chao's eyes were sharp. He spoke directly about the key points. Lin Feng nodded. "The artifact spirit has disappeared. Its power is not as strong as before. If that's the case, then the value of these Dao artifacts won't even be 30% of what they were at their peak." Jiang Chao said. Lin Feng nodded. "It's fine. As long as we can sell them, it's fine. They're just a hot potato in our hands." Jiang Chao replied, "That's not a problem. After all, there'll be an auction in about 10 days. If we spread the news about the 2 Dao treasures, I'm sure it'll attract even more people. I'm sure countless people will be interested in Dao treasures." Jiang Chao's words were not wrong. Even among creation realm cultivators, those who possessed Dao artifacts were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Although the White Tiger Heaven-Shattering Blade and the Heavenly Dragon Seal had lost their artifact spirits, their power had decreased sharply. However, its power was not something that treasured weapons could compare to. Moreover, if he had the opportunity, he might be able to nurture a new artifact spirit. At that time, his power would also be restored. Therefore, once they were put up for auction, these 2 Dao artifacts were extremely attractive. As for the things he bought in the auction house, he didn't have to worry about the revenge of the Pirate King Dragon Eye and the Great Golden Immortal Kingdom. The Jiang family of the Sky Martial Continent had set a rule that no one would ask about the origin of the items that were sold in the auction house. Everyone had to abide by it. If you dare to go against the rules set by the immemorial Jiang family and retaliate against the cultivator who won the auction item, you will be punished. Then, he would just have to wait for the Jiang family's revenge. How many people in the Tianwu continent would dare to recklessly offend the Jiang clan, who had been conferred deity at the immemorial Vermilion Bird Terrace? "This is the contract. Please sign it, Master Lin." After drafting the contract, Jiang Chao handed it over to Lin Feng. Lin Feng signed his name on the contract. At that moment, Zhang Li's voice came from outside. Subordinate Zhang Li requests an audience. Jiang Chao said, "Master, how do you plan to deal with Zhang Li? I can see that Zhang Li is very loyal to you. Let him go." Lin Feng smiled. Zhang Li was insignificant. However, Lin Feng gave Jiang Chao face. This made Jiang Chao feel proud. Jiang Chao was a core member of the Jiang family. If they met in the future, there would be many places where he could use this person. Lin Feng naturally had to win him over. Jiang Chao's smile became even brighter. He said, Master Lin, this is your first time in Sky Divine City. Have you found a place to stay? Why don't you stay at our auction house? I won't disturb you at the auction house. All right, it's time for me to go. Lin Feng stood up. He walked out of the room accompanied by Jiang Chao. After leaving the auction house, Song Ziliu and the others were all submissive in front of Lin Feng. Although they didn't know Lin Feng's identity, they knew that Lin Feng was definitely an important person. They weren't as casual as before. Ziliu, are you a spirit formation master? Lin Feng asked Song Ziliu. Song Ziliu quickly nodded and said, Yes, I am a spirit formation master. However, my talent is limited. I'm only a middle-level spirit formation master, and I haven't improved in 3 years. I'm afraid that I've reached a bottleneck. The path of a spirit formation master is not easy. You need to persevere. If you want to have some achievements in spirit formation master, you need to find a teacher to guide you. Lin Feng said. Song Ziliu smiled bitterly and said, Powerful spirit formation masters rarely accept disciples. Moreover, it's very difficult to find a powerful spirit formation master in the eastern region. If you go to other regions and don't have any connections, it's even more impossible to find a powerful spirit formation master to teach you about spirit formations. Zhang Junhua, the president of the Spirit Formation Master Union in Shi City, is quite skilled in spirit formations. You can take him as your teacher. Lin Feng said. Brother Lin, are you talking about the president of the Spirit Formation Master Union in the eastern region, Zhang Junhua? Song Ziliu asked. Lin Feng nodded. Song Ziliu smiled bitterly and said, Countless people want to take him as their teacher, but they've all been rejected. Such an important person won't easily accept disciples. After a few days, go find him and tell him that I asked him to take you as his disciple, Lin Feng said. Huh. Song Ziliu was completely stunned. Let's go. Lin Feng looked at Murong Shui and left with her. After he and Murong Shui left, the young masters around Song Ziliu all looked at Song Ziliu enviously and said, Brother Song, you've hit the jackpot this time. You're actually going to take President Zhan as your master. I heard that President Zhan has a very deep background in the Spirit Array Master Guild. If you take President Zhan as your master, you'll definitely be able to enter the core circle of the Spirit Array Master Guild in the future. When that time comes, your Song family will have a meteoric rise. Song Ziliu took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. He said, I have to tell my father this good news as soon as possible. After saying that, he ran towards the Song family's mansion. On the way, Murong Shui asked, Why did you recommend Song Ziliu to take President Zhan as his teacher? Lin Feng smiled and said, As you said, he's a good person, but I don't like him hanging around you. Since he's a spirit formation master, I'll give him a chance. I believe that with his intelligence, he should know why I'm doing this. If he still doesn't know what's good for him and hangs around you, then he's too ignorant of the ways of the world. Murong Shui blushed and snorted. I'm not your woman. Why do you care who hangs around me? After saying this, Murong Shui seemed to feel that the hint was too obvious. She blushed and didn't even dare to look into Lin Feng's eyes. She quickly changed the topic and said, What have you been through all these years? Why is a big shot like Jiang Chao so respectful to you? Because I'm a heaven-level spirit formation master, Lin Feng said with a smile. Ah, a heaven-level spirit formation master? Murong Shui exclaimed and looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. She was completely stunned. If she remembered correctly, Lin Feng was 22 years old this year. A 22-year-old heaven-level spirit formation master? There had never been such a heaven-defying existence in the history of Tianwu continent. Chapter 820. Mingyue Court was the most luxurious in Sky Saint City. It had a huge courtyard and an elegant environment. There were many small buildings in the courtyard. Of course, such a luxurious inn was expensive. Only the rich could afford to stay here. Lin Feng rented a small building in Mingyue Court. He would be staying in Sky Saint City for a while, so he would be staying in Mingyue Court for a while. There will be a small gathering tomorrow. Do you want to join in the fun? Murong Shui asked. Lin Feng nodded. I don't have anything to do anyway. I'll go with you. Murong Shui was very happy. Then I'll come find you tomorrow. Have a good rest today. I'll go back first. Okay. Lin Feng nodded and saw Murong Shui out. He then returned to his residence. Not long after, 3 people arrived. They were Song Zilu, Song Zilu's father, Song Riching, the head of the Song clan, one of the 5 great clans of Sky Saint City, and great elder Song Changjiang. Song Zilu had told Song Riching that Lin Feng had asked him to go to Shi City to find Zhan Junhua. Song Riching was very shocked when he heard this. He asked about Lin Feng's identity, and Song Zilu told his father what he had seen at the auction house. Song Riching knew that Lin Feng was an extraordinary person, so he had people investigate Lin Feng's residence. With the Song clan status in Sky Saint City, it was very easy to find out where Lin Feng lived. After finding out where Lin Feng lived, Song Zilu led Song Riching and great elder Song Changjiang to visit Lin Feng. They knew that this was an opportunity. If they could establish a relationship with an important person like Lin Feng, then their Song clan would definitely soar. Lin Feng received Song Riching, Song Changjiang, and Song Zilu. After chatting for a while, Song Riching and the others said goodbye and left. Before leaving, he left behind a storage ring for Lin Feng. Lin Feng checked it and found that there were 10,000 best quality spirit stones inside. This made Lin Feng quite surprised. The Song family was only an ancient family. Taking out 10,000 top-grade spirit stones at once was not a small amount. It seemed that the other party was quite willing to spend a lot of money. The next day, Murong Shui came to Lin Feng's place. She chatted with Lin Feng for the whole afternoon. In the evening, Lin Feng and Murong Shui went to Heaven Saint Restaurant together. This was the largest restaurant in the Heaven Sacred City, and also the most luxurious one. When he passed by the plaza, Lin Feng saw a huge statue. It was extremely majestic, pointing at the sky and stepping on the earth, like a god. Sky Saint Great Emperor? Lin Feng was astonished. That's right, that's Sky Saint Great Emperor. The ancestor who founded Heaven Saint City received guidance from Sky Saint Great Emperor. Hey, Brother Lin. Ouyang Shiyu from the Longevity Hall saw Lin Feng and was pleasantly surprised. She walked over to Lin Feng. Goddess Meng Xian also saw Lin Feng and smiled. Many people were mesmerized. She also walked over. I didn't think I'd see you here, Brother Lin. It's been a few years since we last met. Brother Lin. Genie Chin was surprised. He also recognized Lin Feng. He knew Lin Feng, but they didn't know each other very well. Now that they saw each other, he cupped his fist in greeting. It's that bastard. Gu Yun saw Lin Feng and ground her teeth. She still remembered when she had woken up and Lin Feng had put his hands on her breasts. At that time, her clothes had been disheveled. Back then, Lin Feng had been helping Gu Yun neutralize the aphrodisiac, but Gu Yun had thought he was trying to take advantage of her. Who's that young man? Many people were astonished and started talking. Who was he? Why were all these geniuses and goddesses greeting him so warmly? Lin Feng cupped his fist in greeting. Let's talk upstairs, said Ouyang Shiyu. Ouyang Shiyu smiled. Lin Feng nodded and went up to the 3rd floor with the others. The gathering was quite lively. Murong Shui sat next to Lin Feng, which surprised Genie Chin. He said, Little Shui and Brother Lin, are you? Murong Shui said, Brother Jean, don't misunderstand. We're just ordinary friends. But the others weren't blind, and they could see that Murong Shui was trying to hide something. Genie Chin smiled and didn't say anything. Duga Xian is here. At that moment, there was a commotion outside, and Duga Xian walked in. Dugu Xian joined the Shang clan to cultivate. I heard that he just returned to the eastern province not long ago. It seems that he suffered a great loss a while ago. Someone killed his clone in Rain City. Genie Chin said. The Shang clan was an ancient power of the Shang clan. It was mysterious and ancient, and it was rumored that the Dugu clan had a very deep relationship with it. Everyone was shocked. It was the first time they had heard that Dugu Xian's clone had been killed. They were all secretly guessing who had killed Dugu Xian's clone. At that moment, Dugu Xian walked into the private room. Many people took the initiative to stand and greet Dugu Xian. Dugu Xian's status in the Shang clan was not simple. He had been accepted as a disciple by an ancient powerhouse. His talent was heaven-defying. His battle prowess was even more terrifying. Although he was arrogant, he had the right to be arrogant. Dugu Xin nodded and walked towards a seat. All of a sudden, his gaze froze. Immediately after, Dugu Xin's body emitted a monstrous killing intent. He walked towards Lin Feng and said coldly, "Brat, I can't believe I saw you here. Did you ever think that you would die here today?" Dugu Xin's killing intent was like an ocean as he directly suppressed Lin Feng. He was indescribably arrogant. It was as if he was determined to kill Lin Feng. Chapter 821. What's going on? Is there some kind of misunderstanding? Asked Genie Qin. He knew Dugu Xin and Lin Feng, so he wanted to mediate the situation. This person must die. Dugu Xin's voice was cold. There was no room for negotiation. Lin Feng said indifferently, "I killed one of his clones. He should have run away when he saw me, not run in front of me." Everybody was astonished when they heard Lin Feng's words. No one had thought that Dugu Xin's clone would be killed by Lin Feng. It was said that the clone had been created using a primordial technique that had fused with countless materials. Furthermore, it was supported by the magic power of an ancient powerhouse. Its battle prowess could be said to be heaven-defying, but it had been killed by Lin Feng. It was no wonder that Dugu Xin hated Lin Feng so much. He wanted to kill Lin Feng no matter what. That was the reason. "Brat, you dare to boast in front of me? I'll kill you today." Dugu Xin's voice was cold. He stepped forward, his killing intent enveloping Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He lightly slapped the table. A drop of wine flew out of the cup. Lin Feng flicked it. Swish. The drop of wine was like a sword, instantly slashing towards Dugu Xin. Break. Dugu Xin looked indifferent. He condensed his killing intent into a beam of light, which collided with Lin Feng's water sword. Both of their attacks were annihilated. These two are so strong. Many people were shocked. That seemingly simple attack just now made them shudder with fear and trepidation. That kind of collision was too terrifying. Lin Feng's cultivation has progressed so quickly? Ouyang Shiyu was shocked. Lin Feng's cultivation had been so much weaker than it was now. How many years had it only been? How could he have grown to such a level? Genie Qin and Fairy Ming Xian were also shocked. They had known Lin Feng for a long time, so they knew what Lin Feng's cultivation had been like back then. However, the battle prowess that he displayed today made them feel that it was inconceivable. Genie Qin said, "The two of you. It's not easy for so many people to gather here today. Why don't we all drink a glass of wine peacefully? If you want to settle your grudges, you can find another opportunity." Dugu Xin's expression flickered, but in the end, he restrained his killing intent and said, "Since Brother Jean has said so, I won't spoil everyone's mood. I'll let this kid live a little longer." Dugu Xin was arrogant to the extreme. From beginning to end, he had never placed Lin Feng in his eyes. He had absolute confidence in his true body and believed that he could kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. People who are too conceited will eventually die a miserable death. How dare you spout nonsense here when you can't even differentiate between confidence and conceit? How laughable. I won't say anything to you now. I'll let you live a little longer. Enjoy the last moments of your life. Dugu Xin cast a contemptuous glance at Lin Feng. Lin Feng drank a cup of wine and didn't say anything else. Dugu Xin's true body was very powerful. He was Lin Feng. He wasn't weak either. The atmosphere was somewhat tense. At that moment, Ouyang Shiyu said, "Have you heard about the star trials?" The divine Tao sect's disciples were shocked. Is the star trials about to begin? That's right. It's said that the ancient astral road destroyed by the astral demons during the Middle Ages is about to be reopened. Once it's reopened, the star trials will begin. Ouyang Shiyu nodded. What exactly is the star trials? Someone asked. Dugu Xin disdainfully glanced at the cultivator who had asked the question and said, "The star trial is in a place called the Calamity Star Field in the Starry Sky World. There are many stars there, forming a special space. Even if cultivators haven't broken through to the God realm, they can still fly in the starry sky and travel between stars. There are endless opportunities in that star field." There's such a star field? Someone was shocked. Fairy Ming Xian said, "I've heard that the star trials aren't simple. Not only are there endless opportunities, but you can also absorb the power of the stars to greatly increase your soul power. Many people's hearts began to burn. They all looked forward to the star trials. Ouyang Shiyu said, "The ancient astral road is currently being repaired. If it can be repaired and reopened, it'll definitely be a great opportunity for the cultivators of the Tianwu continent. I've heard that there are many mysterious races in the outer realms. If we enter that star field to participate in the star trials, will we run into cultivators from other races?" Someone asked. There is indeed such a possibility. Following that, a cultivator nodded in affirmation. Lin Feng said indifferently, "If we do run into them, it won't necessarily be a good thing. The world of cultivators is filled with deception and deceit, and danger is everywhere. There's a saying that goes, 'Those who aren't of our race should be punished.' I'm sure everyone is familiar with this saying." Many people's expressions changed when they heard Lin Feng's words. This sentence was indeed very reasonable. People were always deceitful and deceitful. Killing people to steal treasures wasn't uncommon. What about other races? If they really ran into them, who knew what terrifying things would happen? Of course, even though the star trials were filled with danger, it couldn't stop the crowd's enthusiasm. Everyone was obviously very interested in the star trials. Then, Gu Yun mentioned the Heaven Opening Road. Many people knew about the Heaven Opening Road. It seemed that the Heaven Opening Road would open in the next 10 years. However, no one knew exactly when it would open. The banquet gradually came to an end. Dugu Xian drank 3 cups of wine in a row. He abruptly stood up and released a terrifying deadly energy which immediately enveloped Lin Feng. "Get out here and die. I'll definitely kill you today." Dugu Xian's voice was ice cold. Many people were shocked. Dugu Xian really wanted to kill Lin Feng. During the banquet, everyone had thought that Dugu Xian wouldn't attack again. But now, the banquet was about to end. Dugu Xian didn't hide his killing intent towards Lin Feng anymore. Private fights aren't allowed in Heavenly Divine City. Murong Shui was worried that Lin Feng would be at a disadvantage, so she spoke up. I want to kill him. Can the rules of Heavenly Divine City stop me? No one can save him today." Dugu Xian was extremely arrogant, and his voice was as cold as ice. Genie Chen said, "Private fights in Heavenly Divine City are disrespectful to the Emperor. Even if an Emperor died, he would still be respected. He would still be respected and worshipped by the people." Dugu Xian's voice was indifferent. "Heavenly Divine City has a life and death arena, right? I'll kill him in the life and death arena." In the life and death arena, it was a battle to the death between 2 people. No one else was allowed to interfere. In this way, this battle wasn't considered a private fight. "There's a life and death arena," a cultivator said. Genie Chen looked coldly at Lin Feng. "I'll wait for you in the life and death arena. Get out here and die." As soon as he finished speaking, he strode outside. Lin Feng stood up. At that moment, his fighting intent soared. "Even if you didn't provoke me, I would still kill you. Since you came to die, there's no reason not to take your head today." Chapter 822. The Heaven's Chosen battle was about to begin. This matter caused a huge uproar, and countless people were moved. "Let's go and take a look." Everyone in the Heavenly Saint restaurant rushed out and flew towards the Heavenly Saint Square. There was a huge life and death arena here. Activate the life and death arena. With a loud shout, the life and death arena opened. The huge life and death arena floated in the air, emitting shocking fluctuations. On the life and death arena, there were blade marks, sword holes, and blood stains. It seemed to be describing the peak battle that happened here in the past. It was unknown how many people had died in the life and death arena. Now, Dugu Xian and Lin Feng had both landed on the life and death arena. This battle could be said to have shocked the entire Heaven's sacred city. Countless people came to watch the battle, and even the ancestors of the 5 great clans were alarmed. Dugu Xian is rumored to have a special physique, which is why he was heavily nurtured by the divine sect. No one knows how strong Dugu Xian is, and who is his opponent. He actually dares to fight with Dugu Xian. Isn't this just courting death? A cultivator in the crowd said. He obviously didn't think highly of Lin Feng in this battle. "Brother, are you ignorant? The young cultivator opposite him killed Du Guxian's clone in the rain capital, and his strength is also extremely terrifying. It's hard to say who will win this battle. It's not that I'm ignorant, it's just that you're taking it for granted. I know Du Guxian's clone is very strong, but there's still a huge gap between it and his real body. Therefore, being able to kill Du Guxian's clone doesn't mean you can kill Du Guxian's real body. Du Guxian is a descendant of an ancient power. Killing him is as difficult as ascending to the heavens, not to mention that he has a special constitution. Therefore, it's more likely that Du Guxian killed that young cultivator. Hearing you say that, I also think it makes sense. The discussion of the surrounding cultivators did not affect Lin Feng. After landing on the arena, Lin Feng walked towards Du Guxian step by step. His battle intent was getting stronger and stronger. That fighting spirit was like an army of thousands of men and horses charging together. Invincible. It was shocking. You actually know how to condense battle intent. Du Guxian's expression was indifferent. Kill, he shouted and walked towards Lin Feng step by step. An invisible force surged out from the void. This was killing intent. It was the same as Lin Feng's heaven punishing battle intent and battle momentum. Killing intent was also a type of force. Bang! Battle intent and killing intent collided in the void. This was the collision of two potentials. In the void, waves of destructive power spread out. Crack, crack. The restrictions covering the life and death ring began to shatter. Isn't this too strong? You want to destroy the life and death arena's restrictions before even fighting? Many people cried out in surprise. A cultivator said, "No, they have already fought. Both of them are heaven-defying and have comprehended force." Just now, two forces collided. Force? Wasn't it said that creation realm cultivators who comprehended force were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns? How could they comprehend force? A cultivator said doubtfully, "There are always some geniuses in the world who have mastered abilities that others can't. Obviously, the two people in front of us are such geniuses." An old cultivator said, "Fist intent." At that moment, Du Guxian punched towards Lin Feng. A huge fist condensed in the void. In an instant, all the spectators realized that everything in the world had disappeared. In their eyes, there was only Du Guxian's punch. Fist intent. This was actually the concept of fist. One's spirit had to transform again to reach the level of intent. This transformation was naturally extremely difficult. But once that spirit transformed into intent, its power would increase greatly. Just like the fist intent that Du Guxian displayed now, its power was indeed terrifying. Lin Feng was also filled with shock. This was the first time he had fought a cultivator with its special bloodline. This Du Guxian was indeed powerful. Lin Feng had mastered force. Du Guxian had also mastered force. Lin Feng had mastered the power of intent. Du Guxian had also mastered the power of intent. The strength of a successor nurtured by an ancient force was indeed heaven-defying. Sky Splitter! Lin Feng shouted in a low voice and suddenly exploded. In the void, a lightning blade condensed and slashed towards Du Guxian. Bang! The attacks of the two sides collided again. The runes of the life and death arena were shattering. The arena was trembling violently. Heavens! This battle is too terrifying. The life and death arena can't withstand it. Many people cried out in shock. Boom! Boom! Lin Feng and Du Guxian suddenly stepped on the life and death arena and soared into the sky. The life and death arena couldn't withstand the two terrifying forces and directly collapsed, causing rubble to fall. How many battles has the life and death arena experienced? It's actually destroyed just like that. Someone muttered, his heart filled with shock. The battle between Lin Feng and Du Guxian didn't seem like a battle between two young cultivators. It was as if two gods and demons were fighting. I underestimated you. Do you know what my bloodline is? Du Guxian's voice grew colder. Lin Feng frowned. What bloodline? My bloodline is called Dao Cutter. Du Guxian stepped forward, the power of his bloodline awakening. Du Guxian clearly knew that Lin Feng wasn't easy to deal with, so he wanted to awaken his bloodline power to deal with Lin Feng. Endless bloody light soared into the sky. It was as if a primordial god was about to awaken in Du Guxian's body. The power of his bloodline. Du Guxian is about to activate his bloodline power. He has a special constitution, and his bloodline contains unimaginably terrifying power. A cultivator shouted in shock. The reason why people with special bloodlines were so powerful. It was because of the inheritance of their bloodline. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He had the immortal divine body. However, his immortal divine body hadn't awakened yet. Although his immortal divine body was known as one of the 10 great ancient forbidden constitutions, it couldn't be used without an awakened immortal divine body. Du Guxian's bloodline had already awakened, so he quickly rushed toward Lin Feng. He raised his hand and attacked Lin Feng. Sky Splitter, sword and tint, sword and saber merged, shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. He released 2 types of intent to fight against Du Guxian. However, something terrifying happened. Dao Cutter. Du Guxian shouted coldly and slashed with his palm. Lin Feng's Sky Splitter and sword and tint were instantly shattered. Du Guxian's palm landed on his body, and it felt as if an ancient divine mountain had slammed into him. His body was sent flying. Too weak, Du Guxian walked over step by step, his black hair dancing wildly. He looked like a demon god looking down at Lin Feng. How can you fight me with such weak strength? I can suppress you millions of times with one hand. Boom. Chapter 8:23. Du Guxian is too strong. That's the power of a special constitution and bloodline. That young cultivator is going to be suppressed by Du Guxian. Many people cried out in surprise, their faces full of shock. It was the first time they had seen someone with a special constitution fight. His bloodline had been activated. The battle prowess that exploded out was indeed powerful. It was shocking and unbelievable. The power of a bloodline is really strong. Facing Du Guxian's oppressive aura, Lin Feng frowned. Du Guxian had activated his bloodline and used the Dao Cutter skill. It was really too strong. He had completely suppressed Du Guxian. This was a special constitution called the Dao Cutter body. Dao Cutter meant severing. Dao meant the great Dao. The Dao Cutter body meant severing all great Das. Therefore, the Dao severing body was a very domineering ultimate skill. No matter what kind of powerful divine ability one used, it would be severed by the Dao severing body. For example, Lin Feng's Sky Splitter and sword intent had been broken by Du Guxian's Dao Cutter. Now, facing Du Guxian's attack, Lin Feng condensed the Sky Splitter lightning and a huge ball of energy condensed in his hand. Then, Lin Feng took out the ball of energy and threw it at Du Guxian. It's useless. Dao Cutter, Dao Cutter, Dao Cutter, Dao Cutter, Dao Cutter, Dao Cutter. Even if you have thousands of techniques, you will be cut down by me today. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying attack suddenly came crashing down. Slash. Du Guxian's attack tore through the lightning. He arrived in front of Lin Feng and attacked. Bang! With a dull sound, Lin Feng was sent flying again. Damn it! Lin Feng looked a bit gloomy. He had rarely been so aggrieved when fighting against the younger generation. Lin Feng had been completely suppressed. No matter what technique he used, it seemed like it had no effect. It was too aggrieving. These were the top successors nurtured by ancient powers. The power they grasped was too terrifying. It was not something that ordinary successors could compare to. Blocking 2 of my Dao executioners is pretty good, but I only use 30% of my strength. Now, I'll increase it to 50%. Let's see if you can still block it. Du Guxian laughed coldly and walked over, his black hair dancing wildly. Countless people were shocked. He had such powerful combat strength, yet he had only used 30% of his strength? Wasn't this a little too terrifying? No wonder Du Guxian is being nurtured by the superior divine sect. He's too powerful. He's probably strong enough to compete with the older generation, right? I wonder how many more moves that young cultivator can take? Actually, that young cultivator's battle prowess isn't necessarily weaker than Du Guxian's. The only reason he was suppressed by Du Guxian was because of his special constitution. Du Guxian activated his bloodline and awakened his Dao severing body, which increased his cultivation to an unfathomable level. That's right. Dugu Xian has already made a name for himself in this battle. Many people shook their heads. They thought that Lin Feng would definitely lose. It was just a question of how long he would be able to last. Boom! Dugu Xian's body exploded with an even more terrifying strength. This power was enough to make one's expression change. Just as Dugu Xian had said, he was going to use 50% of his strength. Dugu Xian, who was using 50% of his strength, was indeed much stronger than before. Slash! Shouted Dugu Xian coldly. He quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. Everybody saw that Dugu Xian had turned into a beam of light between heaven and earth. It seemed like there was only one beam of light. That beam of light was aimed at Lin Feng. It wanted to tear Lin Feng apart. This attack was truly too terrifying. It could even be said to be capable of destroying heaven and earth. It was frightening and moving. Confinement. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He activated his 5 devouring martial spirits and formed a powerful confinement magnetic field. He directly shrouded Dugu Xian. Now that Lin Feng's cultivation had increased greatly, the confinement magnetic field was naturally more powerful. Dugu Xian, who was rushing towards Lin Feng as fast as lightning, was suddenly confined in the air. Lin Feng used the axe, shattering the firmament. In the void, a giant axe formed and blasted towards Dugu Xian, who was imprisoned. What's that? Everybody looked at the scene in front of them in shock. They thought that Dugu Xian was going to defeat Lin Feng in a spurt of energy, or even kill him. Lin Feng used some unknown technique to confine Dugu Xian. Instead, he launched a counterattack against Dugu Xian. The light of the axe instantly chopped down. Dugu Xian looked indifferent. He coldly shouted, "Break!" Suddenly, the terrifying pressure surrounding his body disappeared without a trace. Dugu Xian raised his hand and shattered the light of the axe. "You're really surprising me more and more, but it's far from enough. Hurry up and use whatever moves you have, because you'll be a dead man soon. When that time comes, you won't have a chance to use them." Dugu Xian tore apart Lin Feng's confinement magnetic field and strode over arrogantly. He looked askance at Lin Feng. He didn't take Lin Feng seriously, but his cultivation was really too strong. Lin Feng had never felt such great pressure. He frowned and began to condense the word destruction and death. Boom! A strong wave of energy surged out. The word destruction and death were condensed. The 2 large Dao characters pressed down on Dugu Xian. He hoped to use the power of the word destruction to break Dugu Xian's cutting Tao body. Cutting Tao! Dugu Xian shouted coldly. He rushed over and collided with Lin Feng's death and destruction. It was like an ancient divine mountain colliding. The void trembled. Lin Feng's destruction and death were broken by Dugu Xian, and Dugu Xian was forced to take a few steps back. Dugu Xian's expression became colder. "Is this your last resort? If so, you'll die." Immediately after, Dugu Xian walked towards Lin Feng again. With every step Dugu Xian took, his battle prowess would increase by a large margin. He increased his strength from 50% to 70%. Divine Ability Talisman. Activate. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. He activated the Divine Ability Talisman. This was his strongest move. Lin Feng planned to use the Divine Ability Talisman to support the Secret Soul Technique to attack Dugu Xian. The 2 sides were about to collide. At that moment, the sky shook and the earth shook. "Look, what's that?" Someone pointed to the sky in horror. High up in the sky, a huge flaming meteor was falling. Boom! Accompanied by a loud sound, the earth seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The flaming meteorite smashed into the fog forest outside Heaven Divine City. Next, endless flames soared into the sky. Amidst the flames, a fire ape appeared. Then, an old Buddha appeared in the void. "Demon, prying into the secrets of the heavens is unforgivable." The old Buddha's voice resounded through the clouds. Endless golden Buddha light soared into the sky. He was bathed in the golden Buddha light, like an ancient Buddha who had attained the Tao. But now, the Buddha was angry. The fire ape roared. "In the 3 realms and 6 paths, billions of creatures have their own opportunities. Since I've received guidance from the battle sacred ape, this is my opportunity. You people from the Buddhist world have chased after me, going against the natural order of the world. Buddhists who claim to be merciful are inferior to demons. Impudent, the old Buddha roared. The battle-sacred ape is the embodiment of evil. His inheritance is not tolerated by the heavens. You people have coveted his inheritance, so you should be destroyed to prevent a disaster. Chapter 8:24. Heavens! What's going on? Countless people's eyes were fixed on the battle in the void. A falling meteor. A mysterious old Buddha. A fire ape. All of this was too confusing. A drop of blood in the starry sky. How sorrowful can it be? This is a mark from the great battle of the past. Suddenly, the demon lord sitting on the grave spoke. The great battle of the past is happening again? Lin Feng was shocked. He looked at the depths of the misty forest. The old Buddha's hand covered the sky, trying to suppress the fire ape. The fire ape was also in existence with great divine abilities. It resisted with all its might and punched out, shattering the old Buddha's attack. Whoosh! Next, the fire ape soared into the sky. Monster, where do you think you're going? The old Buddha shouted coldly and chased after the fire ape. The scene suddenly changed. Next, an endless river of stars appeared in the sky. The brilliant river of stars was densely packed. It was like silver sand sprinkling down. The fire ape fled to the starry sky outside. Even the others knew at this moment that what they saw was only a mark left behind by the events of the past. What had happened in the past? They could only find out from the scene. The old Buddha and the fire ape fought in the starry sky. Merciful Buddha's palm. The old Buddha attacked, and endless golden light lingered around him, making him look even more sacred and inviolable. Reveal your true face, despicable old bald donkey. The fire ape roared. It was very powerful, and it grew 3 heads and 6 arms. It was a terrifying divine ability. A cultivator exclaimed, 3 heads, 6 arms, great divine ability. Isn't that a supreme divine ability created by the sacred battle apes? Sacred battle ape? The supreme existence that swept through the heavens in the primordial era, but was eventually surrounded and killed? Someone cried out in shock. Lin Feng had naturally heard of the legends of the sacred battle ape. When he went to the East Sea, he had even seen the mountain of flowers and fruit, the cursed place. When the world was first created, it gave birth to all kinds of living beings, such as heavenly flames, immortal herbs, and so on. Among them, the one that had been around for the longest time was the Stone Tribe. The Stone Tribe was born and nurtured by the heavens and earth. They absorbed the essence of the sun and moon and gained intelligence. Once the Stone Clan became a true life form, they would be too terrifying. For example, the Stone God was such an existence. But to be honest, the Stone God wasn't the most terrifying of the Stone Tribe. The most terrifying existence of the Stone Tribe was a living being born from the Chaos Stones. Chaos Stones were stones that were born at the beginning of the world. In the Eastern Sea, the country of Aeoli had such a Chaos Stone. Ever since the creation of the world, it had experienced countless hardships, absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, absorbed the power of the sun and moon, and finally completed its transformation. After that, this existence transformed into a stone monkey and obtained a great opportunity from the heavens and earth, learning many innate techniques and becoming one of the most terrifying existences in the supreme ancient immortal realms. This existence was also known as the sacred battle ape. Helplessly. In that era, the undying world's heavenly court was high and mighty. The status of the Western Buddhist world was revered. The heavenly court recruited the sacred battle apes. However, the sacred battle ape, who had always pursued freedom, refused. And a sacred battle ape with such a character was destined to not be tolerated by the heavenly court and the Buddhist realm. Thus, the first great war of the early primordial era, the great war of immortals and demons, erupted. Many races that were oppressed by the heavenly court chose the sacred battle apes as their leaders to wage war against the heavenly court. The sacred battle apes were too powerful and won every battle. However, the heavenly court invited the 7 ancient Buddhas of Buddhism. The 7 ancient Buddhas joined forces and killed the sacred battle ape in the depths of the starry sky world. This great war between the immortals and demons ended with the sacred battle ape leading many races losing. Countless living beings died. Countless years later, a shamanic fire ape obtained the inheritance in a mysterious place, and that shamanic fire ape became stronger and stronger. Finally, it was discovered by the Buddhist realm. The great battle in the depths of the starry sky world caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. The sun and moon lost their light, and the galaxy reversed. Be it the fire ape or the old Buddha, their battle prowess was heaven-defying. They moved the stars, destroyed the galaxy, and caused the heavenly cycle to become chaotic. 72 transformations, innate technique. The fire ape roared and used an even more terrifying innate technique. This was a peerless innate technique created by the sacred battle ape. In the primordial age, the sacred battle ape had used the 72 transformations innate technique to fight against the 7 ancient Buddhas without losing. If not for the sacred battle ape being ambushed by the 33 heavens lord hiding in the dark, the outcome of that battle was unpredictable. This inheritance was too terrifying. It was so terrifying that the undying world's supreme heavenly court and the Buddhist realm trembled. It's this kind of innate technique. It's really this kind of technique. I must destroy you, evil beast. The old Buddha was horrified and roared in horror. Amidba, Amidba, lay down your butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Another 3 old Buddhas walked out from the starry sky world. Behind their heads, there were rays of Buddhist light. Their dharma was boundless. The 4 ancient Buddhas attacked the fire ape. Are you afraid? Back then, you used despicable means to kill the sacred battle ape senior. Now, you want to use the same method to kill me. The fire ape roared furiously. I was originally a small ape, and I only reached this level because of a fortuitous encounter. But I will never surrender. I am willing to use my demonic blood to dye the starry sky red. I am willing to use my battle intent to awaken the common people. The fire ape roared and attacked the 4 old Buddhas. But in the end, it was no match for the 4 old Buddhas. Evil beast, you have completely turned into a demon. If we don't get rid of you, won't you become another sacred battle ape who will bring disaster to the common people? An old Buddha said coldly. Ha ha ha. The fire ape laughed. No wonder the sacred battle ape senior rebelled against you. You people from the Buddhist realm and the heavenly court are high and mighty, enslaving all the living beings in the universe. Every time a powerful being appears in the universe, you wipe them out. Shut up. Impudent. The 4 old Buddhas roared furiously. They didn't want to hear the fire ape's words, even though it was the truth. Under the attacks of the 4 old Buddhas, the fire ape gradually stopped and was about to be killed. Let's go to hell together. Before it died, the fire ape roared. His body instantly exploded. The fire ape had chosen to self-destruct. Lunatic. The 4 old Buddhas shouted in horror. They frantically ran away, but they couldn't escape. They were also submerged and their bodies exploded. They turned into a bloody mist. A meteor fell. It devoured. It was stained with the blood of the fire ape and the 4 old Buddhas. The meteor flew through the starry sky world. Faintly, the fire ape's last words seemed to come from the meteor. We were born in this world, so we should fight for our freedom. We are not their slaves. Our fate is in our own hands. Please be careful. The heavenly court and the Buddhist realm, they will mercilessly wipe. But his last words couldn't be heard. They will mercilessly wipe out all powers that cannot be controlled. The demon lord muttered. He was a big shot of the undying realm, but he was also enslaved by the heavenly court. Those who didn't submit were mercilessly wiped out. Countless years later, the meteor fell from the starry sky world into the foggy forest of the Timu continent. All the images disappeared without a trace. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless cultivators soared into the sky and flew toward the foggy forest. The falling meteor had absorbed the blood essence of the fire ape and the 4 old Buddhas. The ancient inheritance recorded in their bloodlines must have fallen as well. Chapter 825. Brat, you're lucky. I'll come and kill you next time. Dugu Xian glanced at Lin Feng coldly, then flew into the sky and rushed towards the depths of the forest. He couldn't wait to find the treasures in the depths of the forest. The blood-stained meteorite was imprinted with the supreme inheritance of the battle saint apes and Buddhism. Even the inheritors of archaic powers found it hard to resist this type of temptation. It was too fatal, making one's mind waver. Lin Feng gazed into the depths of the forest. He didn't act immediately because he knew how dangerous the forest was. When he had come to Sky Divine City, Lin Feng had crossed the central region of the forest and encountered a beast emperor. He had narrowly escaped death. This was only the central region of the forest, but it was already so dangerous. No one knew how dangerous the deepest part of the misty forest was. Since the depths of the forest were called forbidden areas, they were naturally filled with danger. "Do you want to go in and take a look?" asked Morong Shui. "Let's wait for a while." "I don't think that meteorite will be easy to find," said Lin Feng with a frown. Morong Shui nodded. She didn't rush into the forest either. The meteorite falling from the sky was quickly spreading. As if it had grown wings, the transmission array in the heaven sacred city kept flashing, and many people came through the transmission array. There were even many strong cultivators from faraway prefectures who used teleportation portals to come. Umadba. Good. The arrival of a dozen monks caused a huge commotion because monks were rarely seen. Although there was a Buddhist kingdom in the west among the 3,000 prefectures, they rarely went out. However, the monks of the Western Buddhist kingdom rarely came out. Even if they did come out to gain experience, most of them were alone. Now, more than a dozen eminent monks had come out. Obviously, the Western Buddhist kingdom had heard about the 4 old Buddhas. They came here to search for the lost orthodoxies of the past. The monks didn't stay for long and quickly left. They entered the forest with a supreme Buddhist treasure, hoping to use it to find the location of the Buddhist blood of their ancestors. The Buddhist kingdom of the Western regions is the strangest among the 3,000 provinces. Ordinary people can't go there. An old man began to talk about the Buddhist kingdom in an inn. Asked a cultivator, "What's so strange about it? Is the Western region's Buddhist kingdom a dragon's lair or a tiger's den? Have you forgotten what you saw?" It was the fire ape's dying roar. The old cultivator said with a solemn expression. Many people couldn't help but frown as they recalled. The fire ape cursed the Buddhists to be even more evil than demons, but ordinary people did not understand why the fire ape would curse the Buddhists in such a way. The Western region Buddhist kingdom has a very strange power. Once you enter the Western region Buddhist kingdom, you may be assimilated by that power. You may voluntarily stay in the Western region Buddhist kingdom and become a monk. You may spend the rest of your life by the side of the green lamp, peacefully studying Buddhism and cutting off your mortal feelings. The 3,000 worldly affairs have nothing to do with me anymore, the old cultivator said. Cultivators can sever the mundane world? Convert to Buddhism? I don't believe it anyway, someone said. The old cultivator continued, when I was young, I went out to train with my friends. Out of curiosity, they entered the Western region's Buddhist kingdom. From then on, they converted to Buddhism. No matter how much I tried to dissuade them, they never turned back. There's such a thing? Many people felt very moved. It was obvious that the Buddhist kingdom of the West was indeed very strange. The Buddhists were a power that should not be provoked. Even the ancient powers would feel afraid when facing them. Not only did the Buddhists come, but the Taoists also came. Mount Longhu, the holy land of the Taoists, had a dozen Taoists come to Heaven Divine City. Boom! A terrifying chi surged in the sky. From a distance, an endless golden light soared into the sky. Within the golden light, an enormous being flew over. His body was extremely huge, and when he spread his wings, they could cover a distance of 3,000 li, a great rock. It's a great rock. It's the overlord of the sea, the heavenly rock king. He's a big shot of the demonic beasts. Many people cried out in alarm. Lin Feng had naturally heard of the heavenly rock king. He was extremely famous, and his battle prowess was incredible. He was one of the big shots of the demonic beasts. The heavenly rock king rushed into the misty forest and disappeared without a trace. Even the big shots of the demonic beasts have come. It's going to be very lively. Countless people in Heaven Divine City were discussing this matter. Not all the cultivators had entered the misty forest. Some people didn't plan to look for the meteorite. Maybe it was because the misty forest was too dangerous, or because too many people had entered and it was too difficult to find such a fortuitous opportunity. Or maybe it was because of some other reasons. Very quickly, a great battle broke out in the misty forest. Some creatures from the depths of the forest came out and started fighting with the cultivators. The battle was very fierce. Many cultivators were killed by the creatures from the depths of the forest. Trespassers in the depths of the misty forest will die. The creatures from the depths of the forest said coldly. Many cultivators had to retreat. At this time, the auction was held. Because of the meteorite, too many strong cultivators had been attracted. Therefore, the price of the items auctioned this time was much higher than before. Lin Feng's two Dao tools caused a huge commotion. They were the Pirate King Dragon's Eye and the Great Golden Immortal Dynasty's Dao tools. The Pirate King Dragon's Eye and the Great Golden Immortal Dynasty had been looking for it, but now it was being auctioned. If those two groups knew about it, would they be angered to death? The final price of the White Tiger Heaven-Shattering Saber was 2,370,000 top-grade spirit stones. The final price of the Heavenly Dragon Seal was 2,200,000 top-grade spirit stones. In the past, Lin Feng didn't even dare to think about that many top-grade spirit stones. After hearing the news, the Pirate King Dragon's Eye and the Great Golden Immortal Dynasty sent people to investigate who had placed the two Dao tools in the auction house. Lin Feng wasn't worried that they would be able to find out anything here. He believed that Jiang Chao wouldn't leak his information. 3 days later, shocking news came from the misty forest. Some cultivators found a blood-stained meteorite. This was a meteorite that had collapsed when the meteorite fell. It was only the size of a fist, but amidst the blood, a rune light soared into the sky. Obviously, it hid a huge secret. This matter caused a huge commotion. The cultivator who obtained the meteorite was killed without being able to come out alive. Many big forces fought fiercely to snatch the meteorite, and the casualties were extremely heavy. In the end, these big forces decided to temporarily stop fighting and study the value of this blood-stained meteorite together. Many big forces continued to return to Heaven's Sacred City. Now, Heaven's Sacred City was shrouded in an extremely tense atmosphere. Demon Lord, what do you think? Asked Lin Feng. When the meteorite fell, I observed it for a while. It's indeed not simple. I'm guessing that there are more than 3 or 4 types of archaic divine abilities imprinted on the meteorite, maybe even more, said the Demon Lord. Lin Feng was moved. The Demon Lord's words couldn't be wrong. He felt that he should also take action. If he could find the meteorite and comprehend the archaic divine abilities recorded on it, it would be a huge opportunity. Every time a cultivator cultivated an archaic divine ability, their battle strength would increase crazily. Chapter 826. Fog lingered in the fog forest. Lin Feng once again entered the fog forest. He planned to look for meteorites that had fallen from the sky, hoping to obtain the inheritance of an ancient divine power. With my current accumulation, I'm already on the verge of a breakthrough, but I still feel like I'm lacking something. If I can obtain an ancient divine power, cultivate it successfully, and integrate it into a divine power talisman, I might be able to break through immediately. Lin Feng walked in the forest and pondered. Swoosh! In the forest, a flying sword as fast as lightning slashed toward him. This sword was very sudden, and it wanted to catch Lin Feng off guard. It was too common to kill someone and steal their treasures. It happened all the time in the world of cultivators. Lin Feng directly raised his hand to suppress the flying sword, then quickly rushed in front of a big tree and punched it. Bang! The tree exploded. A cultivator was sent flying more than 10 meters away. This cultivator was in his 20s, and his face was very gloomy at this moment. It was this person who had sneak-attacked Lin Feng. You're courting death. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he punched out again. The cultivator quickly retreated and shouted, I'm a disciple of the Wang Tian sect. If you dare to kill me, the Wang Tian sect will not let you go. The Wang Tian sect was one of the top 10 forces in the 72 states in the north. There were even branches of the Wang Tian sect in the East County. This force was very powerful. However, Lin Feng did not have a good impression of this force. Back in the Thunderblade's secret realm, he had fought with the people of the Wang Tian sect because of Qiu Hanying. Ding Zixuo, the second-generation heir of the Wang Tian sect, had been taught a lesson by Lin Feng. So what if you're from the Wang Tian sect? Can the Wang Tian sect save your worthless life? Lin Feng sneered. He did not stop just because the person had revealed his identity. Bang! He killed the Wang Tian sect cultivator with one punch. Evil deeds bring about self-destruction. When you reincarnate in your next life, be a good person. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he quickly left. He went all the way into the fog forest. In the central area of the fog forest, Lin Feng encountered a beast emperor. This was equivalent to a human cultivator in the creation realm. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle. Lin Feng was no match for the beast emperor. He was chased by the beast emperor for over 100 miles before he managed to escape from the beast king. He rested for the night on the branch of a big tree and continued his journey the next day. Lin Feng was shocked. He saw a pair of huge footprints that were more than 10 meters long. He rushed over and examined it carefully. He couldn't help but frown. The footprints looked like human footprints. But wasn't it a little too big? Lin Feng continued to move deeper into the forest, and soon, he discovered many more such footprints. This is a giant's footprint. Many cultivators continued to arrive, and someone said this. Giant? A golden giant? Lin Feng asked. It's very possible. It's been rumored that there are golden giants in the depths of the misty forest. This race is rumored to be the servants of God. They are guarding an ancient shrine. Another cultivator said, Temple? There's a shrine in the misty forest? Lin Feng was shocked. The cultivator said, those are just rumors. Perhaps the golden giants really do exist, but it's hard to say about shrines. This isn't the primordial era anymore. How could there be so many shrines? Many shrines have been destroyed long ago. Even in the primordial era, shrines couldn't be casually established. True gods weren't even qualified to establish shrines. Only Empyrean gods were qualified to establish shrines. However, it was very difficult for Empyrean gods to enjoy the power of incense. Thus, even if they did establish shrines, it was very difficult to maintain them for a long time. Sometimes, the shrines would be destroyed before long. Only giant gods could establish shrines for them, and the giant gods would receive incense offerings day and night. The giant gods would bestow blessings upon them, and shrines would continue to exist. However, after the primordial era ended, the divine Tao declined. Following the fall of the giant gods, shrines gradually disappeared. Of course, there were still some shrines that had been passed down. For example, the eternal shrine that Lin Feng had visited in the past. It was a great opportunity for any divine palace to be able to survive until now. Roar! Suddenly, a thunderous roar shook the heavens. A golden giant that was 300 or 400 meters tall charged out of the forest, wielding a stone hammer. He swung the hammer and smashed it towards a group of cultivators. Ah, the golden giant! Many people cried out in terror. Hurry up and dodge! Lin Feng roared. He immediately dashed off into the distance, dodging the golden giant's hammer. The others also dodged in a sorry state. However, no one was able to dodge. Although the golden giant's body was huge, his movements weren't clumsy at all. In fact, he was extremely fast. Bang, bang, bang. One cultivator after another was sent flying, killed by the impact. The golden giant reached out with his other hand and grabbed the cultivators who had been killed by the impact. He then threw them into his bloody mouth and began to chew. Squelch. Even someone as strong as Lin Feng's body couldn't withstand the golden giant's attack. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and was sent flying. The golden giant's huge hand reached out. Danger! Lin Feng's expression changed greatly. He turned around and tried to escape. However, the golden giant's palm landed on Lin Feng's body and sent Lin Feng flying. This palm caused too much damage to Lin Feng. He felt as if all the bones in his body were about to break. I don't want to die, a cultivator screamed. However, the golden giant grabbed him and threw him into his mouth. Out of the 100 cultivators, only a dozen or so were still alive. However, they were about to die at the hands of the golden giant. At this moment, An enormous figure as large as a mountain rushed out. It was an earth dragon that was nearly 500 meters tall. This earth dragon had dark brown skin. Its scales emitted a cold aura. Its hind limbs were thick, while its forelimbs were short. It also had a strong and powerful tail. Moreover, this dragon's head was huge. The dragon opened its mouth and revealed its terrifying teeth. Tyrannosaurus Rex. A cultivator shouted in shock. Among the earth dragons, the Tyrannosaurus Rex could definitely be ranked in the top 3. It had a huge body, powerful strength, and sharp teeth. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was one of the most ferocious existences among the earth dragons. This Tyrannosaurus Rex obviously wanted to kill and eat the golden giant. The Tyrannosaurus Rex appeared very suddenly. It opened its bloody mouth and bit the golden giant's shoulder. Roar! The golden giant let out a painful cry. Lin Feng and the others vomited blood from the golden giant's painful roar. They quickly got up from the ground and ran away. Bang! Chapter 8:27. The golden giant was ridiculously strong. Even a powerful being like the Tyrannosaurus Rex had been sent flying with a single swing of his hammer. From this, one could see just how heaven-defying the golden giant was. The golden giant was completely enraged. He roared as he charged at the Tyrannosaurus Rex, blood still flowing from the huge wound on his shoulder. Roar! The Tyrannosaurus Rex roared. It jumped up from the ground and swung its huge tail at the golden giant. The golden giant grabbed the Tyrannosaurus Rex's tail and threw it a few thousand meters away. There was a loud bang. A large part of the forest was destroyed. Isn't this golden giant's strength too heaven-defying? A cultivator who was lucky enough to survive swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It was truly fortunate that he was able to keep his life. Lin Feng said, as expected of the legendary servant of God. He's actually able to crush the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Tyrannosaurus Rex got up from the ground once more. Its ferocious nature had been completely activated. The Tyrannosaurus Rex opened its mouth and spat out huge balls of energy towards the golden giant. The golden giant swung its stone hammer, smashing the energy attacks into smithereens. Then, the golden giant suddenly shot forward, arriving in front of the Tyrannosaurus Rex in an instant. The giant hammer swept towards the Tyrannosaurus Rex once more. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was unable to dodge this time and was struck by the hammer. Cracking sounds could be heard. This was the sound of bones breaking. Who knew how many of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's bones had been broken by the golden giant's attack? The Tyrannosaurus Rex roared in pain. It quickly jumped up and fled into the depths of the forest. The golden giant chased after it relentlessly. Senior apprentice brother, you died so tragically. After the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the golden giant left, a cultivator rushed out and knelt in front of a corpse, crying bitterly. Over 100 people had been reduced to just a dozen. It was truly too tragic. Lin Feng sighed as he looked at the mess in front of him. This was the most realistic world of cultivators. He didn't stop and hurriedly left to find a place to heal. Lin Feng stopped in the middle of a valley and cast a few deployment spells to conceal the valley. With the 9 drops of immortal god blood circulating in his body, Lin Feng's injuries were quickly healed. 6 hours later, Lin Feng's injuries were more or less healed. If I want to activate my special constitution, I need to recover at least 10% of my blood. I've only recovered 9 drops of immortal god blood. I'm still far from that. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Then, he thought of the terrifying golden giant. Since there were golden giants in the misty forest, there must be golden giants that had fallen. If he could find the golden giant's lair and obtain the golden giant's bones, then he would be able to find the mysterious blacksmith in Heaven Divine City and ask her to forge his 7 treasures glazed pagoda into a real Dao artifact. Lin Feng left and continued deeper into the forest. Over the next few days, more and more cultivators entered the depths of the forest. Lin Feng received a shocking piece of news from a group of cultivators. It was said that a piece of meteorite brought out by those top forces recorded a primordial divine ability, but that divine ability was incomplete. Obviously, part of the meteorite had fallen somewhere else. Since they couldn't cultivate the incomplete divine ability, many big forces couldn't wait to enter the misty forest again, hoping to find new meteorites. Roar! A roar shook the sky, and a 1,000-meter-tall giant centipede woke up from a deep slumber. This was a terrifying creature from the depths of the misty forest. After waking up, it began to hunt for food. Many cultivators who entered the misty forest became its prey. There was more than one battle like this. The powerful creatures in the depths of the misty forest killed cultivators who entered the depths of the forest. However, there were also some powerful creatures in the depths of the forest that were killed by cultivators working together. There were battlefields everywhere in the misty forest. A heavily injured Tyrannosaurus Rex laid a dragon egg. Now, many people have gone to the dragon's lair to steal the dragon egg. Many cultivators were discussing this matter on the way, and many of them were flying in the direction of the dragon's lair. Is it the Tyrannosaurus Rex that was injured by the golden giant? Lin Feng was shocked and quickly flew in the direction of the dragon's lair. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was the overlord of the earth dragons. It was even more powerful than human creation realm cultivators. If he could obtain the dragon egg and hatch it, it would be the same as raising a powerhouse that was close to the level of an ancient powerhouse. Of course, even if he didn't want to hatch it, if he took the dragon egg to an auction, it would be sold for a sky-high price. Perhaps he could use it to exchange for something he needed. Now that the Tyrannosaurus Rex was injured, it was the best chance to steal the dragon egg. 2 hours later, Lin Feng arrived at the dragon's lair. The dragon's lair was close to a cliff, and the terrain was dangerous. Roars resounded through the sky, and there were a total of 5 Tyrannosaurus Rex nesting here. Several thousand cultivators were madly attacking the 5 Tyrannosaurus Rex. Although the Tyrannosaurus Rex was powerful, it was also in danger after being surrounded by so many cultivators. In the depths of the dragon's lair, the injured Tyrannosaurus Rex was guarding a dragon egg. And now, a dozen cultivators had already broken through the outermost Tyrannosaurus Rex's defense and killed their way into the depths of the lair. The injured Tyrannosaurus Rex roared and fought against the dozen cultivators. But the Tyrannosaurus Rex was once again heavily injured by the dozen cultivators, and its huge body fell off the cliff. Then, the dozen cultivators started fighting among themselves again. Among the dozen cultivators, Lin Feng recognized Dugu Xian. Now that Dugu Xian had activated his bloodline, his battle strength could be said to be heaven-defying, and he injured the cultivators who had joined forces with him before. There was also a masked woman with an extremely powerful cultivation base, and she defeated several cultivators. Bam! Elder Su, who was beside Dugu Xian, attacked and sent the masked woman flying with a palm strike. She was a creation realm expert. Elder Su said in a low voice, "Xian, quickly go and get the dragon egg. I'll deal with these people." As soon as he finished speaking, his palm enveloped the remaining 7 experts. Dugu Xian nodded and quickly rushed to the dragon egg. "Ha ha ha ha, this dragon egg is mine." Dugu Xian shouted excitedly and reached out to grab the dragon egg. Swoosh! Suddenly, a figure rushed out from behind Dugu Xian and threw a punch at Dugu Xian. It was Lin Feng, who had used what escaped to hide in the tree and attacked Dugu Xian. "Who dares to sneak attack me?" Dugu Xian felt the fluctuation behind him and roared. He threw a punch, but he was not prepared and was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. With a cry, Dugu Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. "The dragon egg is mine." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he kept the dragon egg. "Brat, you're courting death." Chapter 828. When had Dugu Xian ever suffered such a loss? Not only was he beaten to the point of vomiting blood, the dragon egg that he was about to obtain was also snatched away. The most important thing was that the person who beat him to the point of vomiting blood and snatched the dragon egg was actually the person who he wanted to cut into 1,000 pieces. New grudges and old grudges were added together. Dugu Xian's hatred was overflowing. "Brat, I want your life," Dugu Xian roared. He directly rushed towards Lin Feng, wanting to kill Lin Feng. "I won't play with you today." Lin Feng laughed loudly. After stealing the treasure, he would run away. This was exciting. There was no need to stay and fight to the death. This was the second beast egg that Lin Feng had obtained. The origin of the beast egg from before was mysterious and abnormally powerful. It was just that it couldn't hatch. As for the dragon egg, it was much easier to hatch it. Although the dragon egg was far from being able to compare to the first beast egg that Lin Feng had obtained. However, after the dragon egg hatched, the little dragon could be placed on the supreme peak. Let the little dragon become the guardian spirit beast of the supreme peak. When the little dragon gradually grew up, it would be able to suppress the existence of the creation realm in the future. In the Tianwu continent, it was already considered a top expert. Lin Feng flew into the distance. At this time, the old man called Elder Su also saw the situation here. This person's name was Su Shu, and he had already broken through to the creation realm. Now, he sent the masked woman and the others flying with a single palm. Then, he quickly rushed towards Lin Feng and sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. Not good. Lin Feng was enveloped by Su Shu's palm strike, and his expression changed drastically. Experts of the creation realm were too powerful. After being enveloped by this person's palm strike, Lin Feng actually found that he was unable to escape. Lin Feng knew that his aura had been locked onto by Su Shu. Brat, die. Su Shu's face was filled with dense killing intent. With a sinister laugh, that terrifying palm strike had already brazenly struck down. The situation was extremely dangerous. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Lin Feng. It turned out to be that mysterious masked woman. She raised her right hand and slammed it towards Su Shu. Bang! She and Su Shu fiercely collided with each other. The masked woman was sent flying as if she had been struck by lightning. Lin Feng had seen the masked woman before, but he didn't pay much attention to her. He would never have thought that the masked woman would actually help him. Lin Feng's heart was filled with doubts. Why would the masked woman help him at all costs? But now was not the time to think about this. Lin Feng hurriedly hugged the masked woman from behind. Pooh! The masked woman could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood after receiving a blow from a manifestation realm expert. She collapsed in Lin Feng's arms and fainted. Let's go. Lin Feng carried her, turned around, and fled into the distance. Where do you think you're going? Su Shu shouted coldly. He raised his hand and blasted a palm towards Lin Feng. A huge energy palm condensed in the air and ruthlessly slammed into Lin Feng's back, sending Lin Feng flying. This was an attack from a manifestation realm expert. How terrifying was its power? If it was someone else, they would have been seriously injured. Even with Lin Feng's strong physical body, his qi and blood were churning, and he was bleeding from his 7 orifices. He felt dizzy, as expected of a manifestation realm expert. So powerful. That palm took away half of my life. Lin Feng could not help but smile bitterly. He did not dare to hesitate. He immediately took out his golden wings and pushed his speed to the limit. He turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared into the dense forest. You actually managed to block my attack? Su Shu's face was extremely gloomy. He had thought that his attack would be able to kill Lin Feng, but he had not expected it to be blocked. Su Shu had underestimated Lin Feng's physical body. Elder Su, you must catch that brat. I want to grind his bones to dust. Dugu Xian roared furiously. As a top genius, he rarely lost his composure. But now, he was so angry that his mind was in a mess. I'll chase after him. You find a place to heal, said Su Shu. Dugu Xian nodded. He had been beaten up by Lin Feng until he vomited blood. He was injured, so it was not suitable for him to chase after Lin Feng. Su Shu quickly chased after Lin Feng. Lin Feng carried the veiled female cultivator and quickly flew through the forest. Boom! Not long after, a terrifying aura came from behind. Su Shu was chasing after them. Lin Feng's injuries weren't light, so he couldn't move as fast as he had at his peak. Now that Su Shu was chasing after him, it was too difficult to get rid of him. Brat, you can't escape. When I catch you, I'll grind your bones to dust. Su Shu's sinister voice sounded. This old thing exuded a dense killing intent, as if he was the god of death who had just walked out of hell. Lin Feng cursed in a low voice. An old thing who has cultivated for thousands of years is chasing after me. A young man who has only cultivated for a dozen years. How shameless can he be? If this spreads, the High Divine Sect's reputation will be ruined. If I kill you, there won't be any rumors, said Lin Feng. Su Shu said sinisterly. Old dog, just you wait. As long as I don't die today, I'll kill you sooner or later. Lin Feng cursed. Little brat, the more you scold me now, the better I'll torture you when I catch you, Su Shu said sinisterly. Lin Feng sneered. He sped up, but Su Shu sped up as well. The distance between the two didn't increase. Instead, it decreased. At this rate, Su Shu, this old thing, would catch up with him sooner or later. Lin Feng also knew the urgency of the matter. He had to find a way to get rid of Su Shu quickly. Otherwise, he would die. Half an hour later, Su Shu was only 1,000 meters away from Lin Feng. Roar! At the moment when Lin Feng was extremely worried, suddenly, an earth-shattering roar came from the depths of the forest. Lin Feng was shocked. Could it be the nest of a powerful beast? He gritted his teeth. Why not take a risk? He wanted to see if he could get rid of Su Shu with the help of a powerful beast. Anyway, the worst result was dying in the hands of a beast. Dying in the hands of a beast was much better than falling into Su Shu's hands. If he could seize the opportunity, he might be able to escape. Thinking of this, Lin Feng pushed his speed to the limit. When he reached the depths of the forest, he found that there were piles of bones. It was like hell. It emitted a sinister and terrifying aura. In the middle of the mountain of bones, a dozen golden giants sat together. The nest of the golden giants. Lin Feng was shocked. He didn't expect to stumble into the nest of the golden giants. Lin Feng quickly concealed his aura and rushed to hide under a mountain of bones with the masked woman in his arms. Immediately after that, Su Shu rushed over as well. When Su Shu saw the dozen-plus golden giants, his expression changed abruptly. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from afar. A dozen golden giants came from afar, carrying a variety of huge beasts. Those golden giants must have gone out to hunt. They were now returning with a full load. The golden giants in their nests roared excitedly, and the mountains shook from the roars of these golden giants. Su Shu looked indifferent. He also hid his aura and rushed toward the mountain of bones. Chapter 829. Now that Su Shu had chased him inside, Lin Feng didn't dare to stay any longer. He picked up the veiled woman and rushed into the depths of the cave. Huge mountains of bones were piled up together. These were the bones of the beasts killed by the golden giants. This place was like purgatory on earth. Die, brat, Su Shu said coldly when he saw Lin Feng. He raised his right hand and slapped at Lin Feng. Whoosh! Lin Feng sped up, narrowly avoiding Su Shu's attack. With a loud bang, Su Shu's attack landed on a mountain of bones. Crack, crack. A large number of bones broke, and the mountain of bones began to collapse. Roar, roar, roar. The golden giants were alarmed and roared. More than 30 golden giants looked over, all of them furious. A human had barged into their lair. The golden giants killing in tint sword. In the eyes of the golden giants, human cultivators were just food. Now, a human dared to barge into their lair. Was this a provocation to the golden giants? A golden giant leaped up with a huge stone hammer in his hand and charged at Su Shu. Not good. Su Shu's expression changed. He had planned to kill Lin Feng with one slap and then immediately escape, but Lin Feng had dodged his attack. Now that the golden giant was rushing over, Su Shu had nowhere to run. He had to block the golden giant's attack. Su Shu didn't dare to hesitate and used the reversal of the river. Clang, clang. The golden giant's stone hammer collided with Su Shu's attack, creating an earth-shattering sound. Su Shu's attack was then broken by the golden giant. Su Shu was then hit by the stone hammer. Crack, crack. He didn't know how many bones in his body were broken, but he was sent flying. The golden giants were too terrifying. Su Shu spat out mouthfuls of blood, scared out of his wits. When the golden giant pounced on him again, Su Shu didn't dare to stay and rushed outside. The golden giant gave chase. Clearly, it was unable to catch up. It let out an angry roar. In the Bone Mountain, Lin Feng's situation was even worse than Su Shu's. He was carrying the masked woman and being surrounded by the golden giants. More than 30 golden giants surrounded him so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. No matter what, there was no way to escape. Lin Feng's face turned ugly as he cautiously retreated. Boom! A golden giant swung a stone hammer at Lin Feng. That terrifying strike could instantly crush a 10,000-meter-tall mountain. Lin Feng quickly retreated, but he was still swept by the stone hammer. His body moved horizontally and heavily crashed into the mountain of bones. Lin Feng only felt his insides burning, as if his body no longer belonged to him. His face was extremely pale. That strike just now had almost taken away half of his life. Crack! Crack! Lin Feng smashed a large hole in the bone mountain. He fell to the ground with the masked woman in his arms. The golden giant attacked again with the stone hammer. Lin Feng couldn't help but show a hint of despair. There was no way to escape. At this critical moment, Lin Feng suddenly appeared. The large hole seemed to lead underground, which shocked him. Lin Feng hugged the beautiful female cultivator and rolled towards the pitch-black entrance. Then, Lin Feng found himself rolling down a flight of stairs. Outside, the golden giants were roaring angrily. More than 30 golden giants surrounded the bone mountain, roaring non-stop. However, these golden giants didn't dare to destroy the bone mountain, nor did they dare to charge in. There seemed to be something in the cave that frightened these golden giants. This is a palace? Lin Feng fell to the ground and looked around in confusion. There were huge stone walls on all sides. This seemed to be a stone palace. It was buried under the bone mountain. Just now, he and the masked woman had rolled down the stairs of the palace. There were layers upon layers of the palace. They should be in the first layer of the palace. The first layer of the palace was empty and emitted a gloomy aura. Looking deeper, he could faintly see the second layer of the palace. Could it really be a shrine? Lin Feng's heart was filled with shock. He thought of the mysterious legend that had been widely spread outside. The golden giants were the servants of God. They protected shrines. Now, it seemed that this might be true. Lin Feng didn't immediately investigate the palace. He looked at the masked woman and carefully checked her injuries. He couldn't help but let out a long breath. Although her injuries were serious, they weren't fatal. Lin Feng took out a 10,000-year-old medicine and fed it to the masked woman. He didn't have many medicines of this level, but to save this masked woman, it was all worth it. After taking the medicine, the masked woman's aura stabilized. "Who are you? Why did you risk your life to save me?" Lin Feng murmured. He stretched out his hand and took off the masked woman's veil. A delicate and beautiful face appeared in front of him. Lu Piaomiao. It was a name that Lin Feng would never forget. In the past, when the demons were wreaking havoc, Lu Piaomiao had killed them. She was the daughter of the Sun Moon City Lord. She was one of the top 3 geniuses of the Divine Prefecture in the East Province. Later, when she went to fight for the Dark Nether Flame Fruit, she was injured and chased by Feng Yaorao. Fortunately, Lin Feng saved her. Later, Lu Piaomiao left without saying goodbye, which made Lin Feng a little sad. However, he hadn't expected to meet Lu Piaomiao again here. At that moment, Lu Piaomiao's long eyelashes fluttered. The next moment, she opened her eyes. She saw Lin Feng and tried to get up. "You're injured. You should lie down and rest more," Lin Feng said. "I really didn't expect to survive." Lu Piaomiao's voice was a little weak. "Thank you for saving me," Lin Feng said. "Consider it as repayment for saving me back then." Lu Piaomiao's tone was a little cold. She sighed softly in her heart. Lu Piaomiao also didn't expect to meet Lin Feng this time. The events of the past surfaced in her mind. When she saw that Lin Feng was in danger, she almost rushed forward without hesitation. However, when she survived and was alone with Lin Feng, Lu Piaomiao knew that she had to distance herself from Lin Feng. This was because she had an engagement with the heir of an ancient force. Even though she had never met that person, so what? The engagement of an ancient force couldn't be violated. If she was entangled with Lin Feng, it would only harm Lin Feng. This was the fate of a person. That damned fate. That fate couldn't be violated. Lin Feng could feel Lu Piaomiao's distance. She didn't have the enthusiasm of an old friend, but he didn't care. Lin Feng said, "You rest here for the time being. I'll go inside and take a look." He got up and walked into the depths of the hall. Chapter 830. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown when he sensed the gloomy and terrifying qi. He hadn't discovered anything in the first layer of the temple. Lin Feng had arrived in the depths of the first layer of the temple. There was a huge stone door in front of him. Lin Feng pushed the door open with all his might. The door was very heavy, and it took him a lot of effort to push it open. Roar! As soon as he pushed the door open, he heard a roar coming from the second layer of the temple. Next, a golden giant pounced on Lin Feng, wielding a stone hammer. "I'm going to die." Lin Feng was so scared that his face turned pale, and he sat down on the ground. As for the golden giant that was smashing towards him with the rock hammer, it dissipated into nothingness. It was just an image. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He had been scared out of his wits. He crawled up from the ground and entered the second level of the stone hall. Inside the second level of the stone hall, there were piles of huge bones. These bones were all golden in color. Perhaps it was because of the passage of time, but many of the bones had already decayed. If Lin Feng squeezed them, they would break apart. How can there be so many bones? When Lin Feng saw all the bones in the palace, he was astonished. "Huh, these runes are..." Lin Feng then saw the runes on the ground. Even though countless years had passed, the runes were still very clear. An altar. This is an altar used in ancient times. Is the second layer of the temple an altar? Lin Feng frowned. In ancient times, the ancient people had offered sacrifices and set up altars. The altars were surrounded by runes that could communicate with the gods of heaven and earth. Now that Lin Feng had become a heaven-tier spellcaster, he had a certain understanding of ancient sacrificial techniques. These are the bones of the golden giants. The demon lord was sitting on a lonely grave. The bones of the golden giants? Lin Feng was shocked. Such a huge palace was filled with bones. They were actually the bones of the golden giant. How many golden giants had to be killed to fill the entire temple with their bones? What had happened in the past? Who was it that killed so many golden giants? Did the unknown existence that killed these golden giants want to use the golden giants as sacrifices to start the ritual? Lin Feng's mind was filled with questions. Lin Feng asked, "Demon Lord, is there anything wrong with this place?" The Demon Lord replied, "I'm not too sure about that. Only those who experienced what happened in the past know." After saying that, the Demon Lord did not say anything else. Are there any other usable golden giant bones? Lin Feng searched the hall, hoping to find a golden giant bone that had not decayed. This way, when he returned to Heaven's Sacred City, he could ask the mysterious blacksmith to help him forge the 7 treasures glazed pagoda into a real Dao artifact. There were so many golden giant bones, but most of them had already decayed. Is this a king's bone? Finally, Lin Feng found a golden giant bone. This golden giant bone was not simple. There were runes lingering on it. Even after countless years, the energy had not dissipated. It was very likely the bones of the golden giant king. This was because the other bones had already decayed, but this one was perfectly preserved. He put the golden giant bone away and continued searching. However, he did not find anything else. The other golden giant bones had all been corroded by time. Next, Lin Feng went to the depths of the second hall. He tried to push open the stone door, but Lin Feng found that he could not move it. It was too heavy. Lin Feng had no choice but to return. "What did you find?" Lu Piaomiao asked. "There are corpses everywhere. The stone door to the third hall can't be opened. I don't know what's inside," Lin Feng said. He then asked, "Are you feeling better?" Lu Piaomiao's heart warmed when she heard Lin Feng's words of concern. She nodded. The two of them did not speak again, and they fell into silence. After a while, Lu Piaomiao said, "Actually, my name is not Lu Yi. It's Lu Piaomiao." In the past, Lin Feng had asked Lu Piaomiao what her name was. She had replied that she was called Lu Yi, hiding her real name. Lin Feng was stupefied. He hadn't thought of that, but then he understood. Since Lu Piaomiao had always been active in the divine prefecture of the East County, she should be a cultivator there. It would be difficult to find a woman of her age who was so strong apart from Lu Piaomiao. Lu Yi was just Lu Piaomiao's alias. Lin Feng should have thought of this a long time ago. He nodded slightly and did not say anything. He sat down cross-legged and began to heal his injuries. Lin Feng was also injured. The most important thing now was to recover as soon as possible. When Lu Piaomiao saw how indifferent Lin Feng was, she felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Even though she was deliberately distancing herself from Lin Feng, in her heart, she hoped that Lin Feng would still care about her. When night fell, the stone hall became even darker. A gloomy aura enveloped the entire stone hall. Lin Feng woke up. His injuries were almost healed. Lin Feng came to the entrance of the hall and found that the outside was guarded by the golden giants. He could not leave at all. This made Lin Feng frown slightly. "What's the situation outside?" Lu Piaomiao asked. "The golden giants are guarding outside. It seems that they want to trap us to death. We can only wait now," Lin Feng said. Late at night, a golden giant returned. This was the largest golden giant of them all. It was more than 400 meters tall. After he returned, many of the golden giants cheered. Could it be the golden giant king? Lin Feng thought. There was a loud bang. The golden giant king threw a huge stone on the ground. Under the night sky, the stone emitted a dense golden light. Many golden giants surrounded the stone and kowtowed to it. Golden light? That seems to be Buddhist karma. It's a falling meteorite. Lu Piaomiao was shocked. Lin Feng nodded. He looked excited. That's right. It's a falling meteorite. I never thought that the golden giant king would find one. In the latter half of the night, most of the golden giants had gone to sleep. Only 5 or 6 golden giants on night duty and the ones guarding the entrance of the stone hall were still awake. Rays of moonlight sprinkled down, and the meteorite emitted a dense luster. Golden light lingered around it. Lin Feng and Lu Piaomiao sat cross-legged on the stone steps. They watched the meteorite from a great distance away, hoping to gain some insight from it. Gradually, Lin Feng sank into a mysterious state. It was as if he had come to an ancient continent. Lin Feng saw a fire ape standing under the starry sky. The fire ape reached out and grabbed a star from outer space. This was the primordial divine ability, the star-seizing hand. Rumor had it that the star-plucking hand could pluck the stars of the outer realms from an infinitely far starry world. Now, the fire ape was displaying the terrifying power of the star-seizing hand. Chapter 831. The divine power was imprinted in his mind. The peerless power of the primordial star-plucking hand shocked Lin Feng. As expected of a primordial technique, Lin Feng began to carefully comprehend the primordial star-plucking hand. If he could successfully cultivate it, Lin Feng believed that he could condense a golden core and successfully break through to the 7th firmament of the yin-yang realm. Once he broke through, his cultivation level would increase tenfold. The hand plucked the stars, and the sun and moon moved together. This was the core formula of the primordial star-plucking hand. This was not the first time Lin Feng had cultivated a primordial divine power. Therefore, he was very experienced. It did not take long for Lin Feng to comprehend the profound principles of the primordial star-plucking hand. Boom! The divine power talisman in his dantian began to circulate. Runes intertwined. Runes emitted intense fluctuations. The primordial star-plucking hand condensed into a divine power array and imprinted itself on the divine power talisman. Above the array, a mysterious man wearing a starry robe appeared. The mysterious man stretched out his right hand and reached into the starry sky. He plucked a Milky Way world. This person is the primordial god who created the primordial star-plucking hand? Lin Feng was shocked. Any primordial divine power was a peerless technique. Only a primordial god could create a primordial divine power. Clearly, the primordial star-plucking hand was also created by a primordial god. However, Lin Feng did not know who this primordial god was. Lin Feng took out a large number of supreme-grade spirit stones and piled them up in the hall. The supreme-grade spirit stones piled up into a small mountain. Lin Feng's savings were too great. Others might only need a few hundred supreme-grade spirit stones to break through from the 6th firmament of the yin-yang realm to the 7th firmament. However, Lin Feng would probably need tens of thousands of supreme-grade spirit stones. Ordinary people could not afford it at all. Cultivate. Cultivate. On the path of cultivation, one could not become an expert just because they were talented. They also needed to provide cultivation resources. Since ancient times, many people with outstanding talent had failed because they did not have the cultivation resources. In the end, they disappeared. Activate the talisman, condense the golden core. Lin Feng shouted in his heart and began to operate the talisman. Powerful energy surged into his body, transforming into surges of magic power. All of the dermic powers in his body were channeled into the talisman. The talismans condensed together and kept shrinking. Is he going to break through? Lu Piaomiao opened her eyes and looked at Lin Feng in shock. This is the aura of a gold core. He is condensing a gold core in his body. Breaking through to the gold core realm requires tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones? Just how strong was this guy's savings? Is that why you're spending so many top-grade spirit stones? Lu Piaomiao was shocked. When she had broken through to the golden core realm, she had consumed 3,000 top-grade spirit stones, which had caused a huge sensation. As for Lin Feng's breakthrough this time, the pile of top-grade spirit stones was probably no less than 60,000. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, waves of destructive power surged out from Lin Feng's body. This was the unique aura of a golden core. A golden core contained the power of destruction. As the destructive power grew stronger, it would attract a heavenly tribulation. At that time, he would begin to break through to the 8th stage of the yin-yang realm. Now that Lin Feng's body was emitting destructive power, it was obvious that he had successfully condensed a gold core. Come out. Lin Feng waved his hand, and a gold core flew out. The golden core was actually the size of a fist, and densely packed runes curled around the golden core. Several large formations enveloped the golden core. The gold core flew in the air. Even the surrounding void was slightly distorted. Why is it so big? Lu Piaomiao exclaimed in disbelief when she saw Lin Feng's gold core. The gold core of an ordinary person was about the size of a thumb. Lu Piaomiao's gold core was twice the size of an ordinary cultivator's. It had already shocked everyone. Lin Feng's gold core was dozens of times larger than an ordinary cultivator's. This was too heaven-defying. The divine ability fluctuations on the gold core are so powerful. Did he cultivate more than one primordial divine ability? These primordial divine abilities are all peerless techniques. How did he get them? Lu Piaomiao muttered to herself as she looked at the gold core hovering in the air. Her heart was in a perilous situation. A cultivator's gold core was related to many factors, such as the strength of their dermic powers, the power of their bloodline, and the divine ability they cultivated. Lin Feng's dermic powers were strong, his bloodline was powerful, and he cultivated many powerful primordial divine abilities. His gold core was so huge that it was naturally nothing to be surprised about. Lin Feng felt the powerful aura coming from the gold core and nodded in satisfaction. He put the gold core into his dantian and stood up. He felt that his body was filled with power. After breaking through to the 7th stage of the yin-yang realm and condensing a gold core, Lin Feng's cultivation had increased tenfold. Although I haven't awakened the immortal divine body, my cultivation has increased tenfold now that I've condensed a gold core. If I fight with Dugu Xian again, even if he awakens his special constitution, I'll still be able to fight him. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Dugu Xian's strength after awakening his special constitution had left a deep impression on Lin Feng. He had completely suppressed Lin Feng to the point that he couldn't fight back. It was as if Dugu Xian had become a completely different person compared to before he had awakened his special constitution. But now that Lin Feng's cultivation had increased greatly, he was full of confidence in himself. Congratulations on your breakthrough. Lu Piaomiao smiled. Lin Feng nodded and said, "It seems that your injuries have healed well. Let's work together and see if we can open the door to the 3rd stone palace. What do you think?" "Let's try," Lu Piaomiao said. The two of them walked deeper into the palace and arrived in front of the stone door. Lu Piaomiao looked at the corpses and frowned. She said, "There are so many corpses in the 2nd palace. I wonder what terrifying things are in the 3rd palace. If we don't open it, I'm afraid we'll regret it for the rest of our lives." Lin Feng said. Lu Piaomiao nodded. She knew that it might be dangerous, but she was unwilling to give up like this. Lin Feng and Lu Piaomiao pushed together. Rumble. The two of them used all their strength and finally, the door to the third palace was gradually pushed open. A cold and gloomy aura spread out from the third stone palace. Lin Feng and Lu Piaomiao entered the third palace. They looked over and saw that many coffins had appeared in the third stone hall. There were a total of 72 coffins in the third palace. When they saw the coffins, Lin Feng and Lu Piaomiao felt their scalps go numb. Why were there so many coffins? Who was buried in these coffins? How many years has it been since someone came to this palace? Suddenly, a gloomy voice resounded. Oh no, let's go. Lin Feng and Lu Piaomiao looked at each other and turned around to rush outside. The third palace was too strange. Now, who was the person who had spoken this voice? Was it an evil creature? Was it a terrifying existence like a Yin god? If they continued to stay here, they would most likely die. Rumble, but the huge stone door closed on its own. Lin Feng and Lu Piaomiao were trapped in the third palace. A gloomy qi filled the third palace. Chapter 832. We're trapped. Lu Piaomiao's voice trembled. Lu Piaomiao's voice trembled slightly. Right now, they were trapped here and met with trouble. The main thing was that they didn't know what kind of creature was hiding here. Why are you leaving so quickly? I haven't talked to anyone in a long time. Seeing you two makes me feel very close. The gloomy voice sounded again. Lin Feng and Lu Piaomiao felt a chill run down their spines. They didn't feel any sense of closeness to the strange being in the stone hall. Senior, are you a human or a ghost? Please come out and meet us, Lin Feng said in a low voice. He had already secretly taken out a seraira and held it in his hand. If the other party was an evil ghost, he could deal with it with the seraira. A seraira is something to deal with ghosts. It's useless for you to take it out. The mysterious being seemed to have already seen through everything, and its eerie voice spoke again. Lin Feng frowned and looked around cautiously. Suddenly, he felt all the hair on his body stand on end. 3 meters behind him, a skinny old man with a haggard face was standing there, looking at him with a pair of eerie eyes. Lu Piaomiao followed Lin Feng's gaze, and when she saw the old man, her face turned pale with fright. Lin Feng took a deep breath and suppressed the fear in his heart. Now that the stone door was closed, he and Lu Piaomiao were trapped here. If this person wanted to kill them, he would have already done so. He wouldn't have wasted so much time talking. Lin Feng calmed down when he thought of this. He looked at the old man and said, "The two of us have mistakenly entered this place and disturbed your cultivation. I hope you can forgive us on account of our ignorance." The old man laughed, but his laughter was too eerie, and it made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. "I just wanted to chat with you. When did I ever want to harm you? If I wanted to harm you, I would have already done so." Lin Feng mustered up his courage and asked, "How should I address you, senior?" The old man replied, "Me? I've long forgotten my name. I've been struggling at death's door, guarding this stone hall until I reach the end of my life. Only then will my tragic fate end." Guarding this stone hall? Lin Feng and Lu Piaomiao's expressions changed slightly. Lu Piaomiao asked, "Is this stone hall the legendary shrine? Was it once a god's residence?" The old man replied, "That was something from countless years ago. Perhaps this really is a shrine." Lin Feng asked doubtfully, "Senior, aren't you guarding this hall? Are you not sure if this hall is a shrine or not?" "Even though I've been guarding this place for a very long time, I've never seen a god." The old man's eyes were twinkling. Lin Feng had the impression that the old man was sizing him up. That feeling was extremely strange, and it made Lin Feng feel extremely uncomfortable. Even though the old man didn't attack Lin Feng, he was still very strong. He didn't even show any hostility. But Lin Feng had the feeling that the old man was plotting against him. Could it be that it was an illusion? Lin Feng had no choice but to suppress the fear in his heart and try to remain calm. "What's inside these coffins?" Lin Feng asked. The old man looked at the coffins and said, "These are all divine servants." Divine servants? Lin Feng and Lu Piaomiao were astonished. Weren't divine servants the golden giants? But these coffins obviously couldn't contain the golden giants' corpses. The old man seemed to know what Lin Feng and Lu Piaomiao were thinking. "Are you wondering if the golden giants are divine servants?" Lin Feng and Lu Piaomiao nodded. The old man continued, the golden giants aren't servants of God, they're just guards of the shrine. This has been passed down from generation to generation. Even though the blood of the golden giants can't be compared to that of their ancestors, they still uphold their duty of guarding the shrine. The real servants of God are the existences lying in the coffins. They're servants of God, and before they die, they bury themselves in the coffins. At that moment, Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He looked at the old man and asked, Senior, are you a divine servant too? The old man narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng felt his entire body turn cold. He was secretly on guard. The mysterious old man in front of him was too demonic. The old man said, Correct. You could say that I am the 73rd divine servant. There were 72 coffins in the third stone hall. Clearly, these coffins were the remains of divine servants. They had buried themselves here. Lu Piaomiao asked, Senior, the gods are already dead. Why are there still divine servants here? What kind of temple was this? Can you tell us? The old man said, This shrine is called the Luotian Shrine. Lin Feng cursed inwardly. This old man had indeed lied. He had said that he didn't know whether this shrine was a shrine or not, but now he had revealed the shrine's name. Clearly, the old man was hiding many things. Lu Piaomiao cried out, Luotian? Isn't that the daughter of the human race's founder, Fuxi? In ancient times, the Luotian shrine had recorded the story of Luotian, Fuxi's daughter, the god of the Luo River. She was a goddess of the heavens. Countless people had fallen head over heels for her. Lin Feng said, Luotian was one of the primordial gods, and her shrine is actually here. According to the legends, Luotian vanished without a trace, and even her father, Fuxi, was unable to find her. What happened in the past? The old man suddenly said, Are you willing to listen to a story? Lin Feng and Lu Piaomiao nodded. We're all ears. The old man continued, Countless years ago, Luotian went out on a journey and charmed countless gods. One of them was a god called Juyin. He had a human face and a red snake body, and he lived at the foot of Mount Zhong. He was an exceptionally powerful god, and he began to pursue Luotian. However, Juyin wasn't the only god who pursued Luotian. There was another god called the North Pole Divine Emperor. The two gods fought, and Juyin defeated the North Pole Divine Emperor. He thought that he would be able to be with Luotian, but he never imagined that she would be embroiled in a great war between gods and demons. Juyin charged into the battlefield and rescued Luotian, who was on the verge of death. However, he was unable to revive her, and she died. After that, Juyin went to Luotian's shrine and guarded her corpse day and night. Lin Feng asked, Senior, are you trying to say that Luotian and Juyin are buried in this shrine? The old man replied, I didn't say that, because it's just a myth. It happened so long ago that it's impossible to trace its origins. Roar. However, at that moment, a roar suddenly sounded from below the palace hall. Rumble. The entire hall was shaking violently. What happened? Lin Feng and Lu Piaomiao's expressions changed drastically. Don't be afraid. There's a demon suppressed beneath the shrine. The old man explained. A demon suppressed? Lin Feng and Lu Piaomiao were puzzled. What was going on? It was suppressed by a divine servant. After the god died, the demon tried to take over the shrine, but was suppressed by a divine servant. Unfortunately, demons live too long. Countless years have passed, and it's still struggling at death's door.